time in your life may need support. They are our friends, they are our people. It's not only Senegal that is here, the economic is a combination of different forces that have been brought under our regional agreement to serve what they are supposed to serve and go. Everything is subject to analysis. Everything is subject to making decisions. We are now talking about the SONA. Of course, we have presented a document, for example, and you are saying it's inadequate. Everything is underreported. So analysis were done, and we requested that we want to continue with this for a while. When the time comes, they will do. The Minister of Defense, I have heard over the radio, talk to the population. I think if people are following, he has clearly spelled out what their role is, and that there will come a day when they will leave. So we cannot, and I urge us not to be giving derogatory comments. I have heard on the TV, on the radio, it's not us, but other people. I think our duty is to educate them. We will try to educate them that every country is faced with crisis. You will one day need somebody. So when we have gotten what we want, we have to follow a due process to move forward. So this is where I can stop because I'm not the competent person to talk about it. But we for defense talk about it on the radio. And it's very clear, very explicit. Gambia, let us work together with our neighbors and our partners. Let us try as much as possible. As we move, we are moving really phenomenally. And you know, what I always tell myself, Laula chat. COVID, why did you come? But there's nothing we can do. Everything is intercepted, but there's a lot of things going on. A lot of things have been pushed forward because of the situation. But we cannot stop moving. And I can assure you that we are together in it with you. We are going to make sure that everything is there. People are saying we are safe. Yes, we are safe. But we have to assess ourselves and see how far we are going. It's part of our duty to move with everybody and to assure an environment that all of us will feel good. I feel so good in this third State of the Nation address of what I had. Honestly, I feel good. So let us all work together and move this country forward, and we all play our role in terms of this. I am taking time to be very transparent to deal with all these things because it's important. I was told that the OVP, a lot of institutions connected to OVP, only 2 other institutions were factored. Don't know why the rest were not factored. All the sectors should report on all sectors. They have done it, but like I said, they were prioritizing and so on. It's not to underscore. Next time we come, we will give reports on that. The reports are there. The compulsory national youth service. There you raised the issue of lack of funding. You see, I like the way you people deal with these matters. Because I'm sure you must have done your consultations, even with the ministers. It's possible. You might have done your consultation with others who might give you this distant information. Because I was given one information by a minister, by a NAM, to talk about it. And I said, write it. I want to bring it here. It's good. So some of these things that you bring in is based on your analysis and your contacts and those who might want you to push this agenda, and that's a fact. It's okay. That's your duty and that's the job you should do. And you assist us to work together. And therefore, the youth and sports services, the lack of funding is there, and there is this issue that is already put in place. There's a levy, a sport levy that is being approved. And we were guided by the Minister for Finance. But then you have to work through the procedures. And if that one is effected, a lot of things will move. There is a big plan for the youth across the whole country that is going to happen. You will begin to see it unfolding. Stadium, youth centers, job creation opportunities, apart from what the other sectors are. But Ministry of Youth has a Herculean plan that it is coming. That is why we agreed in cabinet to have a sport levy to be able to help with that, because donors cannot give us everything, also depending on our partners who will help us. So that is on the way. Sports is not only about football, yes, it has to do with a gamut of things. But we have to celebrate where we have done well. And I want to celebrate our Gambian sports, men and women, for excelling in some of the areas that they have done well, and to urge them to improve on the others that they may not have the opportunity, but we will do our best to work with them to make it move. Upgrading the Friendship Hostel to a 3-tier star. And there was a lot of beautiful suggestions given. We are taking note of that. It will happen by the grace of God. We are going to work with you. If there is a select committee with that, we will see. He said, apart from Ministry of Health, yes, good. So I have been told that the honorable ministers are of the view that we can wrap up at this point, and the rest they will handle it with the NAMS, and I believe you all agree with that. It's a democracy. Huh? Yes, let me wrap up now. Thank you. Finally, in terms of my deliberation, before I give my reflection, you will find that we are told that some of the Lumos, people are going to Lumos and Lumos are happening. Whilst in some areas, Lumos are not happening. If you can see people going in, that is in flagrant this thing of. But we will try to work now. Once the Lumos are open, people will do. We know that in our rural communities, this is a weekly event, but we also have to protect them. The Ministry of Health and Trade, including others, are trying to make sure that they will put the regulation in place. I am urging, and this is an opportunity again, all of you here are having your constituencies. When the Lumos are open, please advocate about the mask. These things are in every corner of the market. Social distancing, and to avoid a lot of practices that is going to make a surge. If there is a surge, as you have seen in other countries, the likelihood of coming out, as I told you, the Minister of Health has been very clear about the fact that we have not reached the threshold, but we are considering balancing life and health and livelihoods. And I think it's a fair balance. But we have to respect those regulations to move forward so that we will all enjoy this opportunity that these regulations are giving us to move forward. And nobody can do it. The police have a role to follow up, but we are in a society, we want the police just to remind, oh, man, put on your mask, but not to be confrontation. Change. You've talked about community policing. You've talked about the engagement of the security sector. And I think it is our attitudes and the way we deal with each other. They are doing their jobs. If it is a law and you are not doing it, they have right to arrest you. But it is about your life. It is about your thing. You might be fine. So if you know you don't want that, just to do this while you are there, you are saving your life and saving another life. That's all we want. If not, if there is a surge, we'll go back to square one. And I don't pray that that happens. So on that note, I want to express appreciation on behalf of His Excellency, President Adama Barrow, and his entire cabinet to this August National Assembly and the Speaker, to all of the institutions that have been here to witness this very important constitutional requirement of His Excellency President Barrow, and to appreciate you for really appreciating the document, being inspired by the introductory speech, and the conclusions of this speech, as well as helping us, assisting us, each other, to deal with some of the sectoral challenges that are there and appreciate the successes that we have done. It could not have been possible, according to him, without your involvement. He expresses his appreciation and assure you of his full cooperation to work with you, to work with the cabinet, to work with all sectors, and to continue to put the Gambia first. Let us see the Gambia first, he told me. Tell them I appreciate everything, and I don't think it was a bad year. And you have expressed in ways of appreciating some of the clauses in this address, how inspired you are, and understanding and appreciating the context we are coming from. We can assure you as ministers, and as the Vice President responsible for the government affairs, that institutions under the leadership of the Secretary General and the head of the civil service will work closely with you in ensuring that everything that we have discussed here that has not happened, because some have already happened, and those that are relevant in the context, we will try to do it together. I want to appeal to you that appropriation bills that may be coming here is well thought of. They are well thought of. Projects that will be brought to you under these various subcommittees are well thought of. And we are trying to put in mechanisms of accountability to be able to move this Gambia forward. I am very much appreciative of the number of numerous bills that have been revised, the number of policies that has been done by this government through your support to move this country forward. This is the spirit of we are together. And together, we can save the Gambia, we can save ourselves, we can save the Gambia for our children and future generations yet unborn. We know there is a lot of work to be done. A lot has to be done. But it is through your cooperation, support, that we have to be patient and move together, to be assisted, to learn. I know there are shortfalls. We all know that human beings are never perfect. There is no perfect system. But whatever we do, let us do to the best of our ability for the Gambia. For the Gambia, our homeland. Whatever this government is doing, I can tell you, it will be for the benefit of the Gambia, for Gambians, with the Gambia, and for the future generation. I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to address you, and through His Excellency, the Excellency says, thank you very much. We look forward to the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the response to the issues that have been raised by honorable members. But honorable members, I think before I put the question, honorable member for Banjul North had a very useful suggestion in terms of moving a motion with regards to the statements or response by the comprehensive or detailed response by the honorable ministers with regards to their various sectors, so that it will be incorporated in the documents before we proceed. Let's take the motion, honorable member for Serekunda first. No, let me take Banjul North's motion first.
Well, it's clarification first before the motion. I want to raise the point of clarification before the motion. Would you allow me? 32?
Excellency?
Yes.
If we start taking clarification.
No, just something that should have been. It's an issue I raise. I don't think the ministers will address. I think it's.
I always say I don't want to shut anybody down or out, but at the same time, we also have to be fair. If you give one, you have to give the other. So let's just be very precise.
Yeah, very precise. Honorable Speaker, I asked a specific question on the constitutional review process. Is the government still committed to the constitutional review process? And could we expect that they will come back to deal with this fundamental issue that is the head of the whole process of the transition?
Well, yes, Your Excellency. I think that's an important point that needs to be clarified.
You are right. I'm so sorry. I had it actually asterisk in my document, but because we are dealing with different documents and and the change of the plan had gone, that was the issue I wanted to take, and the others would have taken others. But because of the change of the methodology, which I respected, it might have escaped me, so I would want to respond to that. Thank you very much. That's a very good consideration. I guess you all know that this government has put up a reform agenda, an agenda that has put in place a trajectory of actions to be done and issues to be taken place. You have the TRRC, you have the CRC, you have the constitutional review, and so on. Everything that was supposed to need to be done in terms of following that plan, I think is followed up to the day you received the constitution here. It went through all the due diligence, it went through all the processes, and I think if people are following what is going on, right across the day that we committed ourselves to do those reforms and making things in following progress, it has been going on. It has been done. The government is 100% committed. It has done what it is supposed to do, and it was brought here. So I don't think there is any question of whether it is committed or not, as the evidence and what has been going on over the months. You know that. So it came to you, of course, as an executive. I'll go back to His Excellency for us to reflect. Thank you.
Can I, yes, just lastly from Tumana, please, yes.
I also asked a question on the cotton production. Where they said that, they have a market in Senegal. Whether this is a short-term plan or is a long-term plan?
About the
The market.
Okay. Thank you very much. Agriculture is really moving forward. And the Gambia has been traditionally known to be a cotton producer. And it went through a lull over time. And the Ministry of Agriculture has done its review, has come up with plans, and is coming up with options. So whatever it puts in place is a way of responding to the immediate needs of the sector. And of course, this is short term. We want our industries. We want to be independent. We want to get this thing, but we need short-term plans where we will be supported. As I told you, the world is a global village. We do not know it all. We cannot do it all. So people with comparative advantage must be involved in whatever we do. So this is a short-term plan. I'm sure as we move forward through the trajectory, we will be sustainable in our ways. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Banjul North, can...
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Under clause 53K, I want to move a motion that this National August Assembly task the Honorable Vice President to mobilize and coordinate with the rest of the Cabinet in order to prepare a comprehensive report responding to the issues we have raised here for the purpose of each of the members' information and also for committees in terms of follow-up to perform further oversight.
Thank you very much. A motion has been seconded. Basse?
Seconded.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I haven't taken the details of the motion, but to summarize, it has been moved and seconded that Her Excellency the Vice President mobilizes the honorable ministers to prepare a comprehensive report to cover the responses posed by honorable members touching on their various sectors. I think that's a fair summary. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. Thank you. The ayes have it, so that the report will form part of this. So can we then move on? I wish to thank everybody. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Mike, another.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We apologize for that hitch. I wish to take this opportunity to once more thank Her Excellency, the Vice President, and equally thank the honorable members who've been with us throughout. Of course, sorry, the honorable ministers, and of course, a special appreciation and thank you go to the National Assembly members and all others who have been with us. And then I'll now put the question, be it resolved that this August Assembly do adopt the motion on the State of the Nation address of His Excellency the President in the 2020 legislative year. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. Clerk, can we please move on to the next item on the order paper?
Motion on the adjournment debate in pursuance to Standing Order 54, clause subsection 1. Be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned signed by the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Combo South.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, today's sitting marks the end of this ordinary session. That is the third ordinary session of the National Assembly in the 2020 legislative year. This was precisely a very short session in view of the COVID-19 pandemic regulations. The session witnessed the first reading of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia 2020 Promulgation Bill 2020 and the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency the President of the Republic and other Assembly matters. But honorable members, as is always said, the business of plenary can never be exhausted. We will therefore today commence the motion on the adjournment debate to adjourn this ordinary session sine die. But of course, committee work will always continue. The adjournment debate is a very important sitting of the Assembly and is unique at the end of each ordinary session, as it gives honorable members the opportunity to discuss and debate on cross-cutting issues, which of course require the attention of the executive. As at the appropriate time, I will invite Her Excellency, the Vice President, and honorable ministers also to take part in the debate and to respond to any issues that would be raised. Now, in accordance with the provisions of the standing orders that specifically clause 54, subclause 1, I will now invite the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kombo South to move the motion for the Assembly to adjourn sine die. But before doing so, I just wish to draw the attention of the Assembly to clause 54, subclause 3 of the standing orders, that no honorable, there's another microphone on, Honorable Woolley West. Woolley West, your mic is on. Thank you. I wish to draw the attention of the Assembly to clause 53, subclause 2 of the standing orders, that no honorable member shall speak for more than 15 minutes during the debate, except that the speaker may, at his or her discretion, allow the mover of the motion extra time for his or her reply. I'll therefore appeal to honorable members to take note of the said provision of the standing order regarding adjournment debates. I therefore invite the honorable Majority Leader to move the motion for this Assembly to adjourn sine die. Honorable Majority Leader, please. Thank you.
I want to move a motion, Madam, please. Clause 53C. Yes. Honorable Speaker, given the circumstances, the special circumstances in which we have been operating in these chambers, and also given the fact that this session has been long, I move that the time allocated for the adjournment debate be limited to 5 minutes.
Second. Yes, Woolley East.
Thank you. I rise to second the motion. And
you've seconded the motion. So it has been moved and seconded that the time allocated for honorable members to make their interventions be limited to 5 minutes. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. Yes, so let's take a vote. I cannot. Yes, I mean, he has a right. Those in favor of the 15 minutes, of the 5 minutes, those in favor for the debate for honorable members to speak for 5 minutes. Five minutes.
Honorable Speaker,
I think it's very obvious that the ayes have it. So it's limited to 5 minutes for those of them who want to intervene. Please, honorable member for Majority Leader, can you move your...
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Clause 54, Subclause 1 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly, I rise to move that this August Assembly do stand adjourned sine die. Honorable Speaker, in moving this motion, I would like to give this Assembly a summary of what transpired during this third ordinary session for the period 14th September to today, the 24th of September 2020. Honorable Speaker, I would like to remind ourselves that this particular ordinary session of the Assembly, unlike previous ones, is convened at a very certain time, on certain times, amidst COVID-19 pandemic. The situation further compelled the National Assembly Business Committee to compress the businesses before us in line with COVID-19 safety measures and regulations. The admission of strangers into our public gallery is also restricted for similar measures. Honorable Speaker, during the course of our deliberations, we considered and adopted records of votes and proceedings of the daily sittings of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, this ordinary session could not accommodate questions for oral answers session with honorable ministers as regard their various departments and portfolios due to certain technicalities. Matters of the day. Honorable Speaker, this August Assembly also considered a statement delivered by the Honorable Member for Central Badibu on the matters of the day pursuant to Clause 51 of the Standing Orders on the alarming rate of maternal deaths in the country. The statement was equally supported by a significant number of members, and subsequently, the Honorable Minister for Health wound up the debate. Motions. Honorable Speaker, this Assembly considered and adopted a motion tabled by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, in accordance with Section 77(1) of the 1997 Constitution and Clause 24(1) of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly, to deliver his State of Nation address in the 2020 legislative year on the policies and programs of government under the administration of the state. Honorable Speaker, bills. This August Assembly witnessed the tabling of Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia Promulgation Bill 2020 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice on Monday, 14 September 2020 for the first time. The second reading, which was done on Wednesday, 16 September 2020, could not make it to the third reading, thus falls short of the required three-quarter votes of all the members by Section 226 of the 1997 Constitution in order to repeal the 1997 Constitution. The Women Enterprise Fund Bill was considered during this ordinary session and unanimously passed at its third reading. Honorable Speaker, various chairpersons and co-chairpersons moved motions without notice in accordance with Clause 66(4) of the Standing Orders to further extend the committee stage of the following bills under consideration of the Assembly. 1. The Gambia Anti-Corruption Bill 2019. 2. Persons with Disabilities Bill 2020. 3. Criminal Offences Bill 2020. 4. Criminal Procedure Bill 2020. 5. Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2020. 6. Tourism Offences Amendment Bill 2020. 7. Skin Bleaching Prohibition Repeal Bill 2020. 8. The Gambia Nationality and Citizenship Amendment Bill 2020. 9. Births, Death and Marriages Registration Amendment Bill 2020. 10. Civil Marriages Amendment Bill 2020. 11. Christians Marriage Amendment Bill 2020. 12. Marriage Women's Property Amendment Bill 2020. 13. Matrimonial Causes Amendment Bill 2020. 14. Labor Amendment Bill 2020. 15. Forced Labor Amendment Bill 2020. 16. Women's Amendment Bill 2020. 17. Prevention and Prohibition of Torture Bill 2020. 18. International Crimes Bill 2020. 19. Public Service Pension Bill 2020. 20. Petroleum Commission Bill 2020. Honorable Speaker, the undermentioned bills submitted under a certificate of agency signed by His Excellency pursuant to Section 101(3) of the 1997 Constitution were withdrawn from the Assembly by the mover, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. They are 1. Gambia University of Science, Engineering and Technology Bill, USF 2020, University of the Gambia.
Go ahead.
The brief is wrong.
Okay. University of Science, Engineering and Technology Bill, USET Bill 2020. 2. University of the Gambia Bill, UTG Bill 2020. 3. Gambia Institute for Public Administration and Management Bill, GPAM Bill 2020. And 4. National Accreditation and Quality Assurance Authority Bill NACA Bill 2020. Honorable Speaker, the consideration stage on the following bills could not be concluded and therefore were suspended until next session. Access to Information Bill 2019, Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Bill 2019. Honorable Speaker, this August Assembly is here today to commence the motion on the adjournment debate for the Assembly to stand adjourned, sign, and die. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of both sides of this Assembly, I wish to seize this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to people of the Gambia for the trust and confidence reposed on us in this August Assembly. We reassure them of the Assembly's continued resolve to serve the supreme interests of the Gambia without fear or favor of our party affiliation. So, honorable colleagues, I would thank them for their foresight and dedication to duty amidst these very unusual times of COVID-19 pandemic. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala save us, all of us, from this deadly illness. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to thank the clerk and staff of the National Assembly Service for all the support and services rendered to honorable members during this session. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any seconder? Yes, Jimara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. And Honorable Speaker, I don't have much to say. I have been talking about a lot of things in Jimara, especially when you come to, in terms of electricity, bad roads, and schools which are not fenced several times, almost since I came to this parliament. But yet still the government is not considering the people of Jimara. Honorable Vice President, please consider us now. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly do consider the motion for the ordinary session to stand adjourned, sign and die. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. Now I will take honorable members because I've seen tags that have been raised, but 5 minutes. Yes, I'll start with Birkama South. I need to take the names down. Please, can you take the tags from this side and this side? Please, can you record? Yes, Birkama South.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
5 minutes, everybody will be recorded.
Yes.
Thank you.
First of all, Madam Speaker, I would like to I'm very much curious to know the position of executive with regards to the Speaker, the bill that has been tabled, the constitutional bill that has been tabled. It is very, very interesting if you look at it. Like, I want to believe the mover of that bill, the 2020 promulgation bill that was tabled before us day before yesterday. The mover of the bill, if you look at it, who's supposed to be a striker, doing everything humanly possible to clarify and make sure the executive interest of passing that particular bill should be shown. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm not very much comfortable the manner in which it was tabled and the response towards it. That is why I want some clarification to know the executive position with regards to that. From there, Madam Speaker, I just want to go back to Brikama as the people representative with regards to the policy statement made by the president during his first tour when he became the president of this country. The community of Brikama expressed certain concerns with regards to the major constraint in our area. Notably among them was the famous street lighting, which he promised he is going to restore with CCTV camera and Wi-Fi. My people are saying now, we are quite comfortable. We want them to exclude Wi-Fi and CCTV camera and bring our street lights. And the other issue is the health, and all the ministers are around. We need a hospital. This has been said, and we are promised again, the out of the state hospital is coming to Brikama, but up till now to no avail. And I'm very much worried because the term of office of this government, the president, is getting to an end. We are very close. I'm very much worried whether this is going to be fulfilled before the end of the term. One thing I want to be very much sure, we are beginning to be very much skeptical whether the government is not trying to be kind of sectional. There's kind of sectionalism. I'm not trying to be jealous of what is happening in the URL, but everything is centered in the URL. And there is nothing that they are interested in Brikama. And you have all the concentration, the population are all occupying in Brikama. So we have like you come to Brikama, you have 17 boreholes that are supplying the greater Banjul areas. But the immediate communities to those places are still without adequate and safe drinking water. So these are major problems. We have the generator that is even polluting us, disturbing us on daily basis. Up till today.
Honorable,
people, yes.
You remember that the time has been limited.
No, I understand very well. I'm just wrapping up. Okay. We have these generators that are also supplying the other areas, and up till now, the communities are having the same problem. So I want to appeal to the government so that they can consider, if not election is coming, we cannot be used as political tools, only to be voting for them, and when development comes, other places are considered. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, the President, some 2 years ago, during his Meet the People's Tour at the Bova Zone, he told us that he wants to make a comprehensive plan for KMC to address the drainage system in KMC. And KMC is still suffering during rains because of poor drainage systems within the Kanifing Municipal Council. So I would like the Vice President to help us, the people of KMC, to help us know what stages are there with the comprehensive plan so that we know when these sufferings will be alleviated from them. Honorable Speaker, we were told by the Minister of Health that some ventilators have been ordered. I want to know from the Minister how many ventilators are already here with us, and do we have experts to operate those ventilators? Honorable Speaker, last but not the least, there is no good road in Bundung. All the roads in Bundung are dilapidated, very bad condition. As I'm speaking to you now, everybody in Bundung is complaining because it is very, very hard to move from one part of Bundung to another, simply because of the poor conditions of this road. I was told that some parts of the roads in Bundung are part of the, what is the name of the project? OIC project. I want the minister to tell us which roads in Bundung are in this part of OIC projects. And those roads that are...
You have 2 minutes more.
Thank you very much. Those roads that are very worse in Bundung, what does the minister have for us now as a temporary measure to address those situations? Because as I am talking to you, people are really suffering. It's a nightmare to move. A place like Bundung in the Gambia, it is a horrible nightmare to move from one place to another, especially at night. The roads are in a very bad condition. And in Bundung, we have the Bundung Maternal and Child Health Hospital, where we have people from all over the Gambia. And most every day or all the time, referrals are made from Bundu to Banjul. And even the ambulance drivers are having it difficult to maneuver within the potholes to find themselves on the highways. So, Honorable Minister of Works, please kindly tell us, everybody from Bundu is listening to you. Thank you very much.
Member for Nyani, 3 minutes.
5 minutes or 3 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, then I'll just go straight to the point. Madam Speaker, I'm still concerned about this food distribution. As I told you, still some of my people are desperately in need of this food. Places like Jingore Manka, Jalal Samba, those people still now, they didn't have any. And as far as these coupons also are concerned, it's true it has been distributed, but on the items like oil, the distribution point at Wasu, none of those villages have, like Madina, Doke, Palang, Kuntal itself, Lakunda, and all of surrounding villages which are supposed to collect this food in Wasu distribution point. None of these villages has received oil, and all the coupons, it has been written that they're supposed to have oil. So I think it's a concern to us, and yet still there are some at the store, but they said it cannot be enough for the whole people. So I think they should consider and bring more so that everybody can get oil, because that oil is still there, and without distributing it, they said they will make sure that those oil will not go out from the store. So I think it's better, it's high time they try to add some so that everybody can get. So this is always a problem. If you distribute it and there are still remaining items in that place, if you want to take it, this is the problem, because if you don't have oil and there are some oil and others didn't have, it will bring a chaos. So let them try to address that situation. The other aspect is about agriculture. On the side of agriculture, there are 2 projects which we have already been approved here. That is the root project and the rice value chain. And unfortunately, these 2 project managers have passed away. But yet still, we just want to know how far or how presently, what are the latest developments for the proceeding of that project? Because everything is dormant, we have adopted here, but it has not been launched. So if the Honorable Minister can tell us what is the stage of, because it's almost 9 months has gone. So maybe the time will elapse, at the end of the day, we will not benefit from that money. So I think it's very important for us to know so that it can be fast-tracked. And I was aware that already the staff assessment has been done, but nothing has been going on for the meantime. The other problem is about water. At one time, Water Resources has promised 3 of my villages in my constituency, that is Kucha, Nyakoi, and Nema Mandinka, that they'll have water facilities so that they can able to get access to drinking water. So I don't know how far that also is. The other one is still now my one village, which is just right at the border, that is Amdalai. They are desperately in need of water. So I think if the Water Resources can easily try to assist those people so that they can able to get water. So on the side of the medical aspect, like at the hospital in Kuntau, they have only 1 ambulance, and if they want to go to attend nurses in other villages, it's always be a problem. So if the ambulance has been gone for referral, they don't go. At times, in fact, they used to use my vehicle so that they can be able to attend those mothers who are already in the other clinic area. So on that note, Madam Speaker,
For Kiang Central, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to renew my appeal or my call to the Honorable Minister for Works to please consider the Kabada settlement of Kiang Central. That's a role that is really need a serious work. We need to pay particular attention to the road that linked Madina Angale, Sibito, Tabanani, Welingara, you have about 9 settlements off the road. And then as we speak, they even find it difficult to use donkey as well as the horse carts on those roads. Even to transport goods from the nearest settlement on the highway, that is Quinala, to those villages becomes a problem now. Honorable Speaker, on the electricity, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy. A successful work has been completed. So we've been in darkness for the past 24 years or past 50 years. Very soon we will see the light. But what I want now is like some places are partially covered. There is nothing being done in some part of Kiang East, even the central. There are villages in Kiang Central that are not part of it, particularly the Kabada settlement of the road. So, Honorable Minister, if you can extend your effort to those areas, it will be well commended. Estate agency and then estate people dealing in housing estate, Honorable Minister, I've been calling you and I've been talking to you about this. I think it would not be enough for us to have policies to regulate them. Why not we have a law in place? I've been mediating between my friends and family members that are abroad. They have been paying money, but still they could not be identified the land. Why can't we do something? What I realize is the estate owners or the real house people dealing in housing, real house are even more than the lands that we have in this country. So you see, there is no logic. Let's have a law in place. These people are collecting money from people and they are not giving them lands. Here is a country where people are depending on their meager salaries to help their families use the same money to save so that they can have a place to sleep. If they are finding it difficult to have land, after paying their money, where are we going to? The government should come to their aid. Honorable Minister, on water, the Ministry of Water Resources and Fisheries, I would really like to commend them. There is a settlement in my constituency that are able to have a borehole, a well-equipped borehole for that matter, and that is Madina Angale. And then apart from Madina Angale, you also have Quinala, that is a massive settlement. The village, or the village is expanding. So I really want, and the main problem in that village is water. I really want the Honorable Minister to please come to our aid as you have done in Madina Angale to have a very formidable one in Quinala because it's a massive settlement. And there's a senior secondary school, there is upper basic school, there is weekly Lumo, you name them. So it would be wise if you can come to our aid and then help us. Honorable Speaker, let me be the devil's advocate. The Honorable Minister, the Honorable Member for Kiang West is not around. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister for Environment, what plan do you have for Kiang West National Park? It has the potentials to provide employment for a lot of people. It's about 11,000 hectares. What do you have for us, Honorable Minister? With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. Nominated member.
Thank you very much, Ma. I would like to start my intervention on renting. Madam Speaker, renting is very serious in this country. Madam Speaker, how many average Gambians can rent a room and a parlor for now 2 to 3,000 or 3,500, and it's happening in this country. We need to do something about this. Renting is somehow expensive in this country, and people are just, it's just crazy. I just don't know how to emphasize it. From renting, I go to the market. Honorable Speaker, women are suffering. You go to the market, now, a bag of onion, which used to be maybe $150, now it's going up to $700. Onion is expensive. Garlic is expensive. Even black pepper now is expensive. You cannot take $500 to buy what you want to buy in the market. Palm oil is going up. The same happens to oil. Even if you want to cook mbahal, you will take 3 to 4 or 500 to be able to get what you want. I think we should do something about this. It is just getting crazy, Honorable Speaker. From there, I will go to the women. Women are dying like flies. Somebody had a breast problem Only this morning she went to the hospital and they say that they are not doing any surgery now. And she is still encountering pain. So I asked her, were you given any medication? She said no. So she's calling me to ask me what to do. I just don't know what to do. Maybe to look for a private hospital. Because she told me that she was from the hospital. She called me around 12. I think if you are so attentive, you would have seen Matar coming here to take me out so that I can talk to that person. Women should be assisted. The same thing happens to children. The last time I was going to Sinthiou Alaji. Maybe, I think she is 8 or 9 years old. She told me to buy his nana, otherwise she will be punished. So these are all happening in this country. What are we doing? I think we should go to the ground, as I said yesterday. Let's go to the ground and see what is happening. Let us go to the ground and see what is happening. National Assembly members, the executive, everybody should go outside to see what is happening. It is very crazy. Things are not yet normal. Things are not yet normal. We go to people with disabilities. They were calling me. Some are telling me that they want a bag of rice. Sometimes I think I have to say it here. I have to share with them what I have. And I cannot give them everything. I think we should really try by all means to make sure that this budget, that is why the last time I asked the Minister of Finance, what do you have? Because in the budget I did not see any allocation for people living with disabilities. And he was telling me that there is. And look at what is happening. There is nothing for people living with disabilities. Even if you go to social welfare, you ask them, they will tell me that plans are on the way. I just don't know when shall plans reach. I said it yesterday and I will still say it. When shall plans reach? The other thing, thank you very much, I'm wrapping now. The other thing is, you see, Honorable Speaker, you have distracted my attention. I think the other thing is peace. Madam Speaker, peace is priceless. We need peace in this country. Let us be tolerant. Let us be realistic. And let us be selfless. If we don't do that, we will not go to anywhere. This country is a very small country. If I insult you, I am insulting myself. We may be related in one way or the other. Let us be tolerant, live together, and work for the betterment of this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Fonyi Brefet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. To be precise, I have 3 issues to deal with. But I'll be very happy if the Minister of Interior is here in this August chamber. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, over and over, I've raised the issue of road accidents. In my constituency, last month, within a period of 2 months, road accidents took the life of 3 people. And these incidents have been happening on and on as a result of what we observed was an issue of overspeeding. The last incident that happened, the youth wanted to revolt. Well, the driver had to run to save his life, otherwise they would have taken the law into their hands, and we have to intervene to restrain them to obey the law. It appears the community is getting frustrated as a result of countless reckless accidents that's taken a number of innocent lives in my constituency. And I want to appeal to the Honorable Minister of Interior, what could be done as a short-term measure while we look forward to permanent measures? There's a checkpoint in Somita, but imagine just go there, just be aside and watch how the drivers will run with speed and pass this checkpoint. They have no respect for the police checkpoint itself. They have no respect for the spirit leaders within the village. And as a result, a lot of people have been killed.
Great concern that collectively we have to look at it and find common solutions. What else? Reckless drivers will continue to take the lives of innocent people. It is absolutely necessary. The second issue is that the traditional leaders association had to make it Solika. We are trying to work in and get in a land where they put up plantation. They have put up this, grow these trees where they have to obtain this medical traditional medicine. And they are people to be actually to engage the chairperson of the health committee and also the government say how can they collaborate? Because we're all aware traditional healers also contributes significantly towards the health sector. So if there's that collaboration between the conventional health system and the traditional health system, that will help us go a long way in helping the health sector. Now, I want to put in another place to see a way how these two sectors could collaborate to improve our health sector. Last but not least, Honorable Speaker, that's the issue of young farmers. COVID-19 is a blessing in disguise. In my constituency, a lot of youth have gone to families, particularly men. And my fear is all these men will come out at the same time. So to avoid the limit post-harvest losses, I want to find out whether the Minister of Agriculture has any plan in terms of storage facilities. Losses. This is key. In one context, I was told by the young people, what you need to do is put up an association of young farmers, so particularly those in melon, to agriculture, or if you was Australia, then we have a to engage the government. So I'm very much concerned because we want our youth, we ask them to go back to agriculture so that we grow what we eat and eat what we grow. So one of the ways I want storage facilities to minimize post-harvest losses. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, I will start with agriculture. Madam Speaker, this year's rainy season has bypassed the people of Jokar when it comes to animal. We have planted 3 times this year and it fails. For ground is somehow better, but for animal it's a disaster in Jokar this year. We don't have it at all. Those who have it, they are harvesting at the moment. And for us, the scanty ones that are in Jokar are just coming up. They don't even, some of them didn't even bear fruits as I am speaking. And it's really threatening. So I want the Honorable Minister of Agriculture at least to make a survey so that he can attest to what I am putting across. Madam Speaker, we go to health. In Jokar, we have only one health facility in Kuntai. And most of the villages in Jokar are in the interior. They are very far from Kuntai. People find it very difficult to access Kuntai. Very difficult. There are some communities that are almost 25, others 20, 70 kilometers away from Kuntai. It's very difficult to get to Kuntai. Now I'm suggesting to the health minister if we can be assisted and then we have at least 2 standard health posts. One in the eastern side, in Kisem. Strategic locations can at least get medication maybe before they can be referred to Kuntaya. We really need it because people are really struggling in Jokadu for medication. Madam Speaker,
when it comes to road, the people of Jokado were fortunate to have feeder roads in 1985, that is 35 years ago. And all these roads are unmotorable. They are completely dilapidated. What people used to do now is to do tessito, so that they can be connecting from one village to another. These rainy seasons, there were numerous tessitos that occurred there, so that people will be able to move. But these roads are just terrible. Even in other parts, you cannot even use a bicycle. You just use your foot. If not, you cannot cross, because there are big gullies. All the stones have been washed away by heavy rains. So it's a big problem. Going in and out to the main highway is a problem, because almost 85% of the villages are in the interior.
You have
they are
2
very
more
far,
minutes.
very far from the highway. So I am appealing to the relevant authorities to consider us and look into that aspect, so that we'll be able to have good road networks, so that people will be able to go in and out easily. Madam Speaker, when it comes to electricity, thanks to the government of the day, since independence, Jokado is just realizing what electricity is.
Honorable, you have a minute left.
Thank you. That is a village called Kuntaya. It's the only village in the whole of Jokado that is benefiting from electricity. And I am appealing to the Honorable Minister so that he can make extensions to other villages in the interior. Madam Speaker, I have been crying here for a health post in Kuntaya, but thank God it is completed and even inaugurated. So we are very pleased for that effort. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also partake in this adjournment debate. Honorable Speaker, in making efforts to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President, ministers, permanent secretaries, directors, technicians in their various capacities, our sister security forces here present, and the media. Honorable Speaker, my submission today in this adjournment debate would basically focus on the Kabada corridor. Honorable Speaker, there are more than 50 communities lying along the southern part of the Birkama-Basse Highway, and these 50 communities are in the Gambia, starting from Nyoro Jataba, in the Kiang West LRR, to Demmati in Jara East in LRR. So, I will speak in the same line with Kiang Central, who said in his own constituency he has some communities called Kabada, which is of course true, Honorable Speaker. All the constituencies in Jaras, in LRR, the 6 constituencies, they all bear communities that call Kabada. Honorable Speaker, Kiang West, Kiang Central, Kiang East, Jara West, Jara Central, Jara East, all these 6 constituencies have various communities that have Kabada along the southern bank of the Birkama-Soma Highway. Honorable Speaker, the Kabada corridor is completely left out in terms of meaningful development. I did say this here during the time that we were approving the the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2020, it was a concern I raised here, because when all those developments that were outlined in that appropriation bill, I did not see any community alongside the Kabada corridor, so I raised my eyebrow upon that. And Honorable Speaker, I will continue doing that as far as all the past governments and the present government keep on neglecting the Kabada corridor.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Let's round up.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Quickly.
Now, what I just want to say in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I will keep to echo the negligence of the previous governments and the present government in terms of bringing meaningful developments to the doorstep of Kabada corridor.
Thank you.
You very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, anyway, Madam Speaker, I'm also timing myself because I see things are very fast. So, thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. And let me just go to the point straight. Let me start with the construction of roads asked by the member for Bundung-Kakunda about within KMC area. I won't just stop at Latrikunda Sabiji, but I will just expand it to the whole KMC area. It's like we are exposed as a country during this rainy season due to the nature of the heavy downfall of rainy season in this country. Look at our roads. The whole of KMC area, anywhere that you go to these days is all potholes. I think those constructions, our roads, should be very, very mindful, because what we need is not just a matter of a road, but at least we need a quality. Quality is what matters most. Madam Speaker, the construction of road that has happened here from Latrikunda to Welingara, the road is less than 8 months. Go and see what is happening there. And then, according to NRA, in 2019, they have a report that they've submitted to us. They have spent more than $23 million in the maintenance of roads. Why all that? We need quality. We cannot be maintaining every year. That is on the GAM works. But yes, GAM works need to be monitored. We cannot just give them our job and then let them do anyhow they want it. Government need to put a monitoring mechanism in place. You construct a road, within 6 or 7 months, it is gone. In as much as we are lobbying for roads, what we want is the quality roads. Madam Speaker, if you go to the electricity, NAWEC, we all know what is happening these days. And the amount of money that Gambia government is pumping into NAWEC, from 2017 up to date, we believe that the electricity system in this country now should be stabilized. I am happy that the Minister of Petroleum and Energy is here. Let him please tell us what is happening with NAWEC. We want to know. With all the money that we are investing in NAWEC, we want to know this. This is important. It cannot just be business as usual. Water is a problem. Electricity is a problem. What is the problem? We want to know. Madam Speaker, if you go to the police also, the honorable ministers are here. Most of them, when coming to the parliament, they all come with their, the police, the officers that they come with, the security, including the vice president and Madam Speaker as well. But whenever they are traveling outside of the country, these officers are left behind. I think we need to look into this. This is important. Let us give them an opportunity. Let us motivate these officers. Let's motivate them. If you travel to, let's say, USA or Germany or Japan or Kenya, at least access security, you will learn something from them. And when you come back, at least you are going to contribute something. That is important. But when it's traveling, you see those people that you are traveling with, sometimes they will not even add any value to your travel. I think the government of the day should look into this. These securities are important. We need to motivate them. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I will conclude by just sending out a little signal to people who are just calling me. Since we rejected the draft constitution, I have been receiving a lot of calls, insult, and whatsoever. But I am just going to tell them that the decision that I take here, I didn't reject any bit of it. And if that bill is given to me today again, I'm going to reject it. That is my stand, and that's my consent. My consent is not, nobody influenced my consent. What I said here, I am not influenced by any executive, I am not influenced by anybody outside. If you feel like you're going to insult, go ahead and insult. And trust me, Madam Speaker, if that bill is brought to me here, even today, I am going to reject it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Madam, I'm also timing myself, but I want to be very brief. Madam Speaker, I want to start with ECOMIC. I thank the President for asking for the extension of the service of ECOMIC in the country. But, Madam Speaker, this is a concern that has been brought to me by my constituents and the Gambia general populace at large, that the ECOMIC checkpoint at Bia is causing problems. I think we need to look at it. There are a lot of series of fatal accidents that happen there. It's a problem. It's at a very strategic location. I think if it is for security, that place is not the only place if it is causing problems to the people. Madam Speaker, I'm also being informed that that economic checkpoint is confiscating trucks of timbers from drivers. And then when that happens, they will never know the fate of their timbers. So I want to ask any ministry responsible, is that the responsibility of that checkpoint, soldiers mining that checkpoint? He's talking about security. All right, 30 seconds minus from my time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to ask the authorities responsible whether it is within the mandate of that checkpoint to be confiscating. Yes, it's a problem. Fine, according to their job, every security officer can detect, but I believe when you detect and confiscate something, you hand over it to the relevant authority within the country. So this is a cry that my people have brought it to me, and I also want to put it to the executive. We have no problem with the existence of ECOMIC in the country, but that checkpoint is a problem to the people plying that road and also the timber dealers. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Health talked about ambulances here. I want to inform him that I have a section in my community constituency. They are behind the airport. Communication is very difficult. Some are complaining that community are not coming out because there is no road. There is no health facility. So I want to put it to the Minister of Health, whenever they are designing to provide community ambulances, those areas can also be considered. Madam Speaker, I am sent by Gambian women that goes to the market every day. Though the men give them money, but they struggle. The price of fish in the market is very expensive. So we really want to know whether government is making any research on that, because Gambians are suffering in that regard, as alluded by my honorable colleague, nominated member. Other items, but fish is a problem. So, Madam Speaker, I want the ministers responsible on that to help me with that. Madam Speaker, Mandinarim Brikama Road, I supported the last supplementary budget here because my concern was captured. I've seen the road that I have been crying for been indicated. So I want to inform the minister. I didn't only support for the mayor supporting, but I support for that road to be constructed. The road from Mandinarim via Makumbaya, Galoya, Kubune, Makumbaya to Kubargo to airport and to Buffalo to Brikama. So those communities are suffering. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Interior through the IGP for providing me 2 police stations, one in Busumbala and the other one in Yundum. But I also want to inform the Minister of Interior that there is a land being allocated for police station in Mandinari. We know it here that land is a lucrative material in Combo. Somebody has given portion of his compound right in the middle of the community for it to be constructed for as a police station, but the police are doing nothing on that. So I really want the Minister of Interior to know about that. And also I have a problem. There are a lot of burglary in my constituency, especially at night. Communities around CDC called behind the airport. At night at this time, nobody plies, especially women. They used to attack women at that night. So I also want to put it to the ministry, not even appealing them, because the security of my people is the mandate of the government to secure them. So I want to put it to the Minister of Interior to help me with security officers to be able to be patrolling that area of my community. On that, Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Honorable Member for Banjul North. Banjul North, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In fact, I don't have much to say because what I wanted to say had already been elaborated on by some previous speakers. But I just want to emphasize, reiterate these issues that the communities some urban communities are still encountering challenges with regards to water supply. The problem of water is not only in rural Gambia, but urban Gambia as well, because here you have the pipes for pipe-borne water, but communities do not have water supply. Some communities in Latrikunda here, Kotu, Manjai Kunda, Kanifing, they stay days without water. So I would want the minister to explain to us the challenges. Why? And is it not also necessary for them to be informing the population, I mean NAWEC, as to the challenges? I'm sure they will say that they're doing it, but it's not getting down to the ordinary user. That so that people will prepare, get themselves prepared, that we'll be having a breakdown, we'll be shutting down the taps from this period to this period, so that at least the inconvenience that they encounter on a daily basis would be reduced, would minimize. The same goes for electricity. We would want the minister to update this National Assembly as to what is the challenge. Now, especially now, it's acute. It's very serious now, electricity, both electricity and water in the urban areas. And the issue of rent, I think it's also high time for the government to come up with a rent regime to protect those who do not own homes but are renting with their families. I would not say extortion, but it's really choking them, a lot of families. So there is need for us to come with a rent regime so that landlords, landladies, and tenants would have that kind of relations where the other party would not suffer. That is the tenants. The last question is the ferries. Of late, I understand that they are encountering challenges. Are we waiting for an eventuality? Something ought to be done. The ferries are a real challenge. I would not say a time bomb, but something that looks like that. They have a problem when docking. I understand that the other day, about a few days ago, they had to get other boats to come and discharge passengers. So that's very serious. I think something ought to be done. It's high time either to get new ferries. Of course, the wish is to at least have an underground tunnel, but that is not the Gambia now, or an overhead, as they say, flyover, so to speak, a bridge. But something ought to be done on a more serious note. The ferries are a real challenge, and then let us not wait until it ends up in a disaster. And then the last point, I want to reiterate that point, that we are really interested in ushering a third republic. The Vice President was part of the movement that ushered in this transition, and we want to know now that the bill that was before us is dead, what plans does government have in terms of assisting the process for us to conclude the transition into a third republic. And we need a framework. A framework is really needed, and in terms of a constitution. How that will be done? The other day we had the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, Honorable Attorney General, Minister of Justice, explaining the different avenues. So we want to know, we have to have a commitment from government that definitely we are leading towards a third republic, where we'll have a constitution that will address some of the basic concerns.
You have a minute left.
Yes, thank you. Basic concerns that are needed in a democracy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We started an exercise, and I would want to complete it. Honorable Speaker, what is anticipated is that there is a promise of the President heading a broad-based and inclusive coalition government aimed at conducting constitutional, institutional, and administrative reforms that would establish the foundation of a democratic system of administration that would put an end to the culture of impunity and self-perpetuating rule and usher in an era for Gambians to enjoy liberty and prosperity under a system of government that is sensitive and responsive to the needs and aspirations of the citizenry. That is part of the manifesto that we got from President Barrow. Honorable Speaker, what I would want the Minister of Justice to explain, how do we really alter a constitution? Honorable Speaker, we started to discuss it, but we disengaged the process, and I will just restart. Under our standing orders, when a bill is introduced, second reading is committed to the ABC, Assembly Business Committee. And the Assembly Business Committee, on the standing order 68, will commit it to a relevant committee. Under the 69, standing order 69, the details will be examined, and then we can even propose amendments to whatever bill exists. That constitutes our standing orders. And under Section 108 of the Constitution, you can say that anything that we do on our standing orders cannot be questioned in any court. We may prepare a law. Yes, you can take the law and see whether it is a valid law or not based on the supremacy of the Constitution. But what we do here, that's where the checks and balances come. We're independent in doing it. I'm wondering, in altering Constitution, what does alteration mean? Honorable Speaker, looking at Section 226(9), it says that in this section, reference to the alteration of the Constitution includes references to the amendment, modification, or reenactment, with or without amendment or modification of the Constitution of any provisions for the time being contained in this Constitution, the suspension or repeal or the making of a different provision in lieu thereof, and the addition of any new provision of the Constitution. That there are two procedures, one where it will be published within 3 months, 10 days, twice in the Gazette, and then presented to us, first reading, second reading, third reading, approved by 3/4, and then submitted to the President. And if the President ultimately rejects it, then it goes to a referendum. It goes to the Speaker, given to the IEC, a referendum held, and if 50% participate, 75% support, then that bill passes. It is taken back to the President within 7 days. He must assent to it. But it gives us under subsection 4 another formulation connected to subsection 7. And it listed,
Honorable, you have a minute left.
It listed down all the amendments that should be made, that could be made under the entrenched clauses, indicating that it goes through another process, that we do not pass it, it does not go to the President for assent, it goes directly to the IEC by the Speaker within 6 months, a referendum held. Honorable Speaker, these are the two provisions provided. And if a constitution is brought to us, which is just simply a draft, and that we are supposed to promulgate it, then we have these two elements contained, and where the debate went was that under Section 102 of the Constitution, it says that in addition to the other powers conferred on the National Assembly by the Constitution or any other law, the National Assembly may include in a bill a proposal for a referendum on an issue of national concern defined in the bill. So if we have difficulty in separating something,
well, in fact, Honorable, with all due respect,
yeah, I'm asking just the question.
Exceeded your 5 minutes.
Yes, well, I'm concluding. Don't the Honorable Minister see that this is an alternative that can be utilized, adding it to a bill of such a nature, so that we'll be able to promulgate, a constitution? What avenue does he see?
Well, I think in all fairness...
And is there need a national debate on this issue? Or shouldn't we have had this debate before even bringing such a bill to this?
Thank you, thank you. Honorable Member for Basse.
Madam President, thank you very much. I'm going straight to the point. Through self-help projects, the community of Sabi, to the tune of more than $30 million, we are able to construct a health center. The challenge that they are facing today is we are lacking of medical doctor. This health center had a medical doctor, Dr. Balde. Then after Dr. Balde left for studies, up to now there's no medical doctor at Sabi Health Center. And that medical doctor is not only serving Sabi, but the entire region. The minister can recall that the entire URR, we have only one medical, trained medical doctor for the entire Upper River region. Honorable Speaker, on the same vein, community called Alunkare, they also construct a health center to the tune of 150 million Gambian money dollars. Since the beginning, by then, the vice president was the Minister of Health. I went to her office myself, that these people, they are just building, they are just constructing a building, and they want it to be a health center. But the amount of money they are investing in this project, if you can help them to give them the technical support and the expert advice, so that it can be used to serve the entire region, it can even minimize the referral to Pansam. But up to the time I'm speaking, still now, the Ministry of Health didn't pay any visit to this community to give them that technical support and that expert advice. Honorable Speaker, on rural electrification, at the point in time, the entire Sabi ward, only Sabi village is electrified. The remaining 17 community, still there's no electricity. Honorable Speaker, still on self-help project, Baniko Kekoro, we are able to sponsor their road project construction, the road construction project to the tune of $3 million. But still, there's a lot of gap to be filled. Sare Pirasu, Bajon Fulakunda, Fast Bajon, also did the same thing between Sabi and Pirasu, but they are half away. Still, all these communities didn't have a helping hand of the government, not in any form. And if you are a taxpayer, you are trying to develop yourself, you cannot still have the assistance of the government. Imagine how painful it is. Kumbeja Bridge is being constructed, but unfortunately at the point in time, if there's no intervention, quick intervention, the bridge will go off, for your information. And Honorable Speaker, there's a corridor that can link Jimara and Base, and even to Manna, starting from Jambakunda, going to Sabi, Sare Pirasu, Fast Bajon, you go to Baniko, Tuba Tafsir, Sabu Sire, you are in Jimara. So that's a big corridor, linking Jimara and Base. And from Tuba Tafsir now, through Sarebona, you come to Kumbeja, via Sambalolo, you come to Sabi, that's another corridor. So this will link Base, Jimara, and Tumana together. I don't know whether the minister, he can convey my message to the Minister of Construction so that to take this into consideration. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. That 1 minute will go now to my national interest, that's ANFU, Adult and Non-Formal Education Unit. If the minister is here, we propose to her to upgrade this unit to a directorate, if you want to be very serious about adult literacy in this country. If you want to be serious about adult literacy in this country, let us upgrade that ANFU to a directorate, so that all literacy providers will be able to contribute their quota in national development. Because let's remember, the illiteracy rate in this country is only through the intervention of non-formal education that we can fill the gap. With this few remarks, Honorable Speaker, thank you. I beg to resume my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, I definitely want to thank Nyani Sami Association because they have made a taste of in building Tandikunda LBS. But, Madam Speaker, I must thank the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, because the wind has destroy all the structures. When I explained to her, she told me that she's going there on Sunday. And she does it. She went there on Sunday, last Sunday, with the donors, MRC Holland, and they promised that they are going to build, 7 classrooms with a staff quarter. They proceed to Kalen, LBS. They said they are also going to provide them with drinking water for that school. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The community, definitely they are very happy. Just to see you there, they are very, very happy. They know that you have concern for them. Okay, Madam Speaker, as I said, our roads is good. I must thank Ministry of Works. They have done a very good job. But still, much to be done. There are a lot of villages which are inside, which definitely they need feeder roads. So let them consider that. We have good roads. We also want electricity. We want electricity, Madam Speaker. The whole Same, 2 villages have electricity. We want electricity. Madam Speaker, interior, ID card is a problem in Same. It's a big problem. They go to Makati. Please, help us, you find a center, preferably Karantaba, so that they can, the trouble of going to Makati will be minimized. They find it very tough. Interior, please. Honorable Speaker, Karantaba Police Station, as I said, 70 villages, even a bicycle they don't have. And Madam Speaker, go and see. Their station is leaking. And where they are staying, I don't see a station. And they're supposed to have a major station because the crime rate there is very high. Very, very high. Because there are a lot of villages there which are at the border. So you need to consider. And time to time, visit them and see the condition they are in. They lack that. Madam Speaker, health, Karantaba, their health posts, it needs to be upgraded to a major health center because there is another health post, Same Medina. When they have referral, they take it to Karantaba. But if Karantaba is turned to a major one, so that from Same Medina, they can go straight to Karantaba before going crossing to Bansang. As I said, wherever there is crossing, Madam Speaker, is difficult. So on that note, I thank you very much. And I have to thank Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo East. Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I must commend the Ministry of Agriculture through NEMA for providing us a construction work that needs to take place between Farawa and Pirang. But unfortunately, since the approval of the said road, but nothing has been done so far, I would like the Honorable Minister to guide me, the Minister of Agriculture to guide me as to when will the construction work be commenced. Given the geographical nature of that particular area with the horticultural production. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Health. Honorable Speaker, I made a personal visit to Pirang Health Post, which has a serious dilapidated situation. Honorable Speaker, I must thank the community of Pirang in collaboration with the annual Banjul Challenge for the construction of the perimeter fence within the facility. Honorable Speaker, I think what we are trying to advocate here for a complete overhaul of that facility because it's cracking walls and it's very unsafe. If there is no electricity, even the maternity ward and that of the labor ward, it's quite amazing. Really, and we will appeal to the ministry once again to please help us to make a complete overhaul of that particular facility and bring and construct a fresh one for the people of that area. judging by the catchment areas, because it is attracting over 4,000 to 5,000 people monthly. So even the waiting sets where the women gathered for monthly clinic, the area cannot accommodate it. So it's a cause for concern, really, and we are once again appealing to the ministry to please help us. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Water Resources, I think the Climate Smart project has been launched some time ago, and I believe due to COVID it has been suspended. Honorable Speaker, I think 144 communities across the length and breadth of this country is benefiting, in which 8 communities of my constituency is part of it. But as I'm speaking, at this point in time, people really need help because some of the communities within that end are thirsty and they need help. And I would like the minister to guide me as to when will this project be kick-started. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Birkama North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to join my colleague that is the member for Busumbara to thank the government for considering the construction of Birkama Mandinari Road and then also Birkama Kasakunda Gunju Road. The move has been welcomed by the community. However, Madam Speaker, on Birkama Mandinari Road, there are communities that are not linked or connected to this road, and they would like this road to be constructed, that is Makumbaya, Galoya, Kubune, Kunkujan, Ketaya Road, so that they can be linked to Birkama Mandinari Road. Madam Speaker, most part of Birkama are flood-prone areas due to lack of the drainage system on the following highways, that is Soma Highway, Market Highway, and then the Newtown Highway. The drainage system along this highway needs to be addressed to address the issue of flood in those areas. The Soma Highway drainage affecting communities of Birkama, Misra, Kabafita, Daru, Hairu. And in the Market Highway, the drainage system is affecting the market itself, Jambar Sane, Nyambai, and then Nema. The Misra Highway drainage system, lack of the drainage system is affecting the community of Daslami, Newtown, and then Jida. Madam Speaker, Birkama Road Network. Birkama is a growing town, and then the road communication system, apart from the main highways, are very poor. Most, except the main highways, none of the roads are tar road. And therefore, during the rainy season, communication, especially motor communication, is a problem in most of the areas. There are major streets that need to be provided with tar road to facilitate that problem. The Jalba Street, and then the main Babagalde Street in Nyambai, Kababajo Street, along Newtown, Misra, and then Kabafita, the Jida Highway, and then the Jamisa Highway. There are taxi service along these highways, but during the rainy season, because of the flood, the movement of the vehicle is always a problem. We are requesting for tar roads to be considered on those roads, and Birkama Area Council alone cannot do. Birkama Fish Market drainage system. I was told that the Vice President visited, and so far the condition, the filthy nature of the drainage system of the fish market. And then the Ministry of Fish, I would like the Ministry of Fish to come in to see how best this drainage system can be addressed, as well as the management of the market. The electricity, about a month ago, there were some electricity problems in the area, especially the Birkama, Misra, Kabafita, and then Daru Hairu. I was told by the Director General this was as a result of the overloading of the transmitter at Birkama, Misra, and they are working on the other transmitter in order to reduce the load on Birkama, Misra. And I was told we give them at least 10 days. Of course, there has been some improvement after those 10 days, but again, we are still experiencing load shedding in the area. I will appeal to the Honorable Minister if that situation can be addressed. Tourism Minister is not here.
You have a minute left.
There is nothing mentioned about the post-pandemic plan under the ministry. If he's not here and he's listening, I would like him to provide the committee with the post-pandemic plan for the sector. Songhai Initiative Project is a laudable project, and I will request the Ministry of Youth and Sport to see how best that project can be replicated in other parts of the region. support the Sport National Association, if it's not provided, I would like the Ministry of Youth and Sport to consider providing support to National Sporting Association, especially the ones that engage in grassroots sports, that is the Secondary School Sport Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talinding. Talinding.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will start my intervention by asking the Honorable Minister for Interior what is their position on the gas explosion that took place within the KMC, the Basse Market, the Basse Market, the fire outbreak at Basse Market, Birkama Market, among others. We want to know how the investigation was, and because a commission was set for the investigation, but yet still we didn't have anything about it. Madam Speaker, I must say that I am disappointed about the way and manner the food relief package that was given by the government of the Gambia for every vulnerable Gambian to benefit was distributed through party line. Notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, we just approved a supplementary appropriation bill that there is support from the WFP for the COVID-19 response. Madam Speaker, and 25% of that budget went to the councils on top of their 60%. And I believe KMC is not exceptional. So I am calling on the council to consider the vulnerable women of Talinding to help them because they didn't benefit from this package. And they are Gambians, they have a right to benefit from it. Madam Speaker, going to the market affairs of Talinding. Talinding market is been existing for the past 30 years, and yet still there is no development, and we are still paying tax. I'm calling on the council to think of rehabilitating the market or construct a market for the people of Talinding. Hence, we are also paying tax. Madam Speaker, security. Since the change of this newfound democracy, there is a lot of mob justice taking place in this country. And sometimes you may have a bodily harm person. When you take him or her to the hospital, doctors will be claiming 500 before you get the results to take the person back to the police station or before the person may get a medication. I think this is a serious concern that the Honorable Minister for Health need to work in consultation with the Interior Minister to tackle some of this problem. Again, somebody might be hit by somebody who is who is drunken or who is in drug, but before you detect that the person is drunken, the person may go back to his normal senses because you don't have anything to detect whether this person is drunk or not. Madam Speaker, if we want to have a better protection for victims of sexual offenses, I think we need to provide DNA testing in this country because most of the Gambians cannot afford to pay the 13,000, so they went to Senegal to do the testing. Sometimes this also delay the proceedings of the courts. Madam Speaker, the last but not the least, I think the death of illegal migrants is becoming an alarming stage. So I'm calling on the government of the Gambia to work with the Interior Minister. When the repatriation of this, the body of this disease came to the Gambia, let them conduct a further post-mortem to see what is the cause of their death. Madam Speaker, on that note, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you. Loa Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to recognize the presence of the Vice President and the Cabinet Ministers, and again to recognize the work of the table office and the office of the clerk, and again to apologize to the honorable members what transpires during the parliamentary procedures. If I've offended anybody or saying anything, I'm saying sorry. And again, Honorable Speaker, I must thank you for your presidings. You are playing justice to the Gambian people. As age you are, sitting the whole day, sitting on that chair. But members going out, not all members, most members going out, drinking coffee and coming back. But as the Honorable Speaker sitting down in the same place, we must thank you for giving good job to the Gambian people. Honorable Speaker, I have issue with the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources. Since 2018, we were promised that our people will get clean drinking water, but still now, nothing has been taking place. I don't think the COVID, because of the COVID, I don't know, but I want response from the minister to tell us, because there are places which are targeted. There's Baranga cluster, Jahor cluster, Genji cluster, Simbara cluster, but none of still now waiting. And already the procedure which they asked us to do, we already meet that procedure. But then the issue why is pending for drinking to drink these boreholes, I don't know. And I want the minister to to clear those doubts to the people of Lower Salem. Again, Honorable Speaker, I have an issue with the Interior Minister, who is responsible for internal security matters. That was a concern which I called him, but then still now nothing has taken place. There's a new police station built in Kau. Honorable Speaker, I have a doubt here. As a citizen, and I'm fighting for Gambian taxpayers' money to be well treated. Honorable Speaker, these renting issues, we must look on it. They are paying renting too much. There's a new police station built in Kau, which accommodates 7 offices. And these 7 offices, we have immigrations, drug squads, and police. But accordingly, the IGP said this other security apparatus, they will not have any office. And there's a crisis among themselves. There's a misinformation among themselves. And as a layman on the street, if I see difference between security apparatus, am I going to be fair treated? No, Honorable Speaker. I want the ministers to give me reasons why there is offices in this new built station, and they are looking, the immigrants are looking for rent, and drug squads are looking for rent, and these offices are empty. I want to know, because this taxpayers' money cannot be injected like that. We want to make transparent and accountability on this taxpayers' money. The last but not the least, Honorable Speaker here, message to Gambian people, we are representing them. We are human. Not the National Assembly members, not executives. We should not be insulted. Let them to treat us fairly. Anything that's transpired here, we are dictated by our consent. How many bills pass here? We are never insulted. But for this one, I don't know their interest. But none of these people who are insulting you can even say something about this draft. Honorable Speaker, we are all looking for the interest of the nation. Honorable Speaker, because there is no party color in this chamber, rather than executive.
Your time is up.
Honorable Speaker, I am owing all Gambians, we respect each other, whereby we build this nation as one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member for Sandu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I don't have much to say. I think, my intervention will be in the form of questions as the ministers are coming to answer to the issues. Honorable Speaker, I have an issue, that is the Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Trade, to make it clear to us what is the cause of the increase of fire outbreak in the country. For the last 3 months, Honorable Speaker, there was a lot of fire outbreak in this country. Whether this is as a result of substandard electrical material, the last time we asked the Ministry of Trade, that there are people who are bringing substandard electrical material whereby they cause a lot of havoc in our homes. And Honorable Speaker, also Ministry of Trade, please tell us why, or whether you have a plan, how to make sure that substandard food items that are coming into the country are either stopped or we have a lab that can test to definitely, rate down the cause of unidentifiable diseases whereby we don't have a health facility that we can test some of these things. And Honorable Speaker, we said about newspapers here. I think the Ministry of Trade together with FSQA, they will collaborate to help us whether they can have a means how to stop. If they cannot stop the importation of newspapers in this country, but they can make sure that with public health officials, they stop people from using that papers to wrap their bread in where it will cause a lot of diseases that we cannot identify. And Honorable Speaker, the increase of factory closures, but the Honorable Minister for Information was on air that he was saying government is trying to bail out Banjul breweries, which is already closed. And since the inception, everybody knows that the stand of trade committee, how we were definitely pushing forward so that we can get this factory on its feet. But unfortunately, it has closed. But the minister went on air saying that government has another plan where they can retrieve and bail out the factory, but I don't know how. It happens in some countries. Like in America, when Trump came, there are factories who were hit with economic recess, but the president says those factories definitely are too big to collapse. Like also, I think for us also, we should take an example that Banjul Breweries is a factory that is too big to collapse. But unfortunately, we found ourselves in this situation. Honorable Speaker, for water resources, my concern is the regulation that they have, whether they can come up with an act. Because what is in the regulation, Honorable Speaker, the minister is right here, there are villages that are definitely deprived of water if they are going by that regulation. That is, if a village has a population less than 1,500 people, inhabitants, you cannot get water from them. So, Honorable Speaker, I think in my area, if you go there, there are villages which have 2 compounds. There are villages only 1 compound. And that compound, if we sum the inhabitants in that compound, is not more than 10. So, and they also have right to get clean water. So then we work together and see how best we can come with a regulation where some of these villages, you can get them a borehole less than even $500,000. Some $300,000 you can get them a borehole. Honorable Speaker, also with electricity problem, I'm very happy to hear the acting director of NAWEC, that is Mr. Juara, saying around the north, they are planning to get 60 communities electrified. So I thank them for that. We hope it materializes under the Minister for Energy. Honorable Speaker, I also owe a thank to the IG because we were having a concern on these security activities in Sandu. But thank God, those people who were doing DBS Act were all removed, and we thank them for that. I hope, again, no other officers follow suit. Honorable Speaker, our police station in Sandu, Honorable Member for Same said they have a station. For us, we don't have a station. And if complain this, there are a lot of theft cases in Sandu, and the big problem is there. Honorable Minister for Justice is here. We are appealing to you to look at some of these laws, the criminal laws, the security laws, and also the civil law. Because in our area, we are farmers. We depend on farming. We depend on livestock. But if somebody stole your cow or whatever, or your livestock, and you happen to even beat that person, at the end, you, the owner of that property, will end up going to jail. So we definitely need a review of those laws so that they can, if a thief has a right, how about the owner who owns the property also have a right? All right, Honorable Speaker, just this morning again, we have a concern about our...
Time is up.
Oh,
Can you?
All right. Then, Honorable Speaker, of the last on my list is our health center. The Honorable Minister for Health is here. I only want to get a clarity from him whether Diabu Health Center is still considered to be transformed from minor to major health center. Thank you very much.
Honorable Sandu, no, Tumana. Tumana.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First, I wanted to register my disappointment and frustration for President not wearing a face mask while he was giving his State of Nation address. And I think what the Vice President was saying and the Minister is just baseless. Rule for one is rule for all. Poor Gambian people were prosecuted based on these COVID-19 rules and regulations. So I believe...
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
This is something that has to be looked at. Two, Honorable Speaker, road in my constituency...
No, Speaker. Madam Speaker, point of order.
Road from Tinkinjo, Kiskis, Kulukule, and up to Diabugu.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Two requests at the same time. So let's take it one by one. I recognize...
no, recognize me.
Larikunda Sabiji was first. What's your point of order? Can you refer to us to the...
I'm rising on point of order on standing order 32. 32, 1. Sorry, 32, 1A. Madam Speaker, we just want the honorable member to withdraw that word. That's all what I'm asking for.
Can you...
That word is too harsh. Can the honorable member withdraw that word? Oh, no, she knows.
On
Madam Speaker, she
parliamentary
knows.
language use?
Yes.
On parliamentary? Just a second. I must have missed it. Can somebody help to, so that we will know the language that was used?
I can.
No, sorry, just a second. Yes, honorable member for Bat.
Thank you very much. I think when the member was saying what the Vice President said and the Minister about the wearing of face mask of the President are baseless. So I think they are disobeying the word baseless. They are asking the member. Sorry.
Please, Wuli is. Can you
Just
please?
allow me.
Let's wait. We all cannot talk at the same time. Let him land, and then if you want.
What I did understand the concern of the member when the member mentioned the word baseless. I think this is the issue. So they are asking the member if he can withdraw that statement, that word from his statement. I think that's the member is all about.
Effectually, it's the word baseless. Yes, Honorable, can you just withdraw that word, please?
Honorable, but something that did not have a base.
No,
it's called
please.
baseless. This is very simple.
I think we can use a more parliamentary
anyway,
word.
unless if you tell me any adjective
just
to
please
use.
withdraw, just withdraw the
I
word
think something that
baseless
is that does
and
not
use
have a
another
base
word.
is baseless.
Can you, or you rephrase your sentence?
So, Honorable Speaker, the road in my constituency,
Honorable Speaker, he doesn't withdraw the word. No,
Madam Speaker,
you pass a judgment.
No, Honorable Member for Busumbala, you are not going to dictate what I do. Please, Honorable Member for Tumana, can you please withdraw the word? Just withdraw. You are not going to tell me what to do, please. Okay, so just close.
Anyway, this can only happen in this parliament. I withdraw. Honorable Speaker, road in my constituency, there is a particular route that's linking three constituencies at the same time. That's Basse constituency to Manna to Kantora, and it has a population around 19,000 inhabitants. So, and there is a Lumo around that road too. So I believe if Honorable Minister for Roads can also put this into consideration. Health.
health is very key. Honorable Minister for Health, I believe you made mention of ambulances since Tumana constituency is a constituency without a health center. So I believe if you can at least provide an ambulance for the people of Tumana so that, you know, in time of emergencies, they can be using these ambulances. And I want you to prioritize Tumana, please, so that, you know, their needs can be at least addressed. Education. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, again. Furnitures and feeding in my constituency. There are certain communities in my constituency, the schools in my constituency that do not have adequate furnitures in their schools. And at some point, they were having classes under trees and open spaces. So I want you to put this into consideration. Places like Dingiring and Sanunding. So, Honorable Minister, please, if you can at least factor this into your plans. Water resources. At some point, we were told, like 2017, 18, up to 19, 2017, 18, 19, up to date, that, you know, some communities in my constituency benefited from boreholes from JICA and African Development Bank. But up to date, I mean, the people are waiting for those to see those boreholes. So I don't know what has happened to some of those things. So if you can at least please throw some light on that issue. Last but not the least, the theft case in URL, especially in my constituency, is really climbing up. So, Honorable Minister for Interior, I think this is the high time that the people of Tumana constituency to have either a health post, police post, or a police station, so that, you know, that can at least address some of the issues that the people are facing in that particular constituency. So on that note, thank you very much.
Tumana, you have only 1 minute. Thank you. Honorable Member for Jara East, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Environment. Honorable Speaker, our forefathers handed the environment to us in one piece, but we risk handing over the environment to our children and our children's into bits and pieces. If we fail to change our attitudes, Honorable Speaker, our environment is inundated with a lot of waste, death, and pollution. Madam Speaker, and most of these environmental degradations are largely due to what I will call anthropogenic factors, that is human-induced. We can put a stop to this environmental degradation if we change our attitudes. Madam Speaker, if you go to our markets, we have seen the resurfacing of plastic bags, and plastic bags are banned. I would like the Minister for Environment to give just a short lecture on the gains of environmental preservation. Madam Speaker, land. Madam Speaker, land disputes are all over the country. And land is a scarce resource. Land is a precious resource. But Madam Speaker, I can tell you, we have series of problems surrounding our lands here. People are always at loggerheads when it comes to land issues. And even honorable members are not spared. And this will take me to the town of Banyaka. I want to urge the minister to please admonish his governors, alcalos, chiefs, so that we can have a peaceful, a peaceful talk concerning land management in this country. And I want to urge the minister to please organize a meeting so that we can discuss issues concerning land in our country. Because this land issue, Madam Speaker, is a time bomb. Everywhere you go, everywhere in the country, land. And the alcalos are the chief culprits. Banyaga in particular is a time bomb. And I want to advise the minister to please call all of us, those who are affected. You can sit under one umbrella and discuss as a family, including the governors, the chiefs, the alcalos. We can solve it. We are all we can solve it. Madam Speaker, peace. Madam Speaker, peace is an expensive commodity. As Gambians, we must all work assiduously to always eschew violence. Madam Speaker, we need a peaceful country. This is why we are an organized society. We must work towards entrenching the culture of peace, tolerance, and harmony, because we are one family. And to this end, I would urge the Vice President to give a motherly advice with regards to peaceful conduct in the country. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, I would like to recognize the extraordinary respect that was accorded to this August House by the leader of government business in the House. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's no time. I will go straight to the points. Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Works, I want the Minister of Works to consider one of important road in my area that links two districts, that is Fonyi Berefet and Fonyi Bintang. From Somita down to Kandong, Batendeng, Jakoy, and down to Buram. I want the Minister of Works to consider this road. It's a very, very important road because during the rainy season, it makes it difficult for pregnant women or sick people to plow to the clinics. So it is very important. Even the women who have the gardens there, it's very difficult for them to come out and take their belongings to Brigama and other places. So I will urge the Minister of Works to help me with that. Madam Speaker, let me go to health. Madam Speaker, there has been high rate of women dead during childbirth across the country, more so in our hospitals. I want the Minister of Health to help us. What might be the cause of that? And Madam Speaker, the other thing is, in December we are going to have the budget. During the last sittings, I told the Minister, now always furniture and fittings. Please, for me personally, I don't want to see it in the budget. If it is there, please let us buy it locally. We have President Awarskin here. Those people are capable of making tables and order anything. So before we go and buy outside, that costs a lot of money. So I want the Minister to consider that. And that can create an employment for youths in the President Awarskin. They have all machines to make all type of tables. So I want the Minister to consider that also. And also rent, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, most of government institutions and ministries are renting. Go and see some of these ministries, the type of building they are renting. Very expensive. Millions of money are spent there. But and the government has lands. They have structures here. Why can't they build those structures once and for all before they go and rent? That can reduce cost. So, Madam Speaker, the other thing is the tourism minister is not here, and I think the tourism minister should be here because most of the time, he is always not here. I don't know why. But, Madam Speaker, the tourism minister, I heard him saying that the flights will be starting coming next month. And that is telling me maybe the tourism will start. What is he planning to have a COVID-free tourism? And the other thing is, Madam Speaker, sometimes last month, the minister has sent some staff of GT board on a leave with half salary. And Madam Speaker, all the institutions or all the ministries of the government, I never heard of any ministry that sent his staff on leave and half salary. What is the cause? Can you explain to the Parliament? Madam Speaker, the other thing is, Honorable member for Busumbala has taken. That's the forces at Buyam. Madam Speaker, this is a serious thing now because there are a lot of accidents that always happens in that area. I want the minister, either the Minister of Interior, I don't know, or Defense, to actually tell us whether these people are ECMOC or is an agreement between Gambia and Senegal. If it is an agreement between Gambia and Senegal, let us have the agreement and we know exactly what, because they impound our Gambian locks there, as Imam Busumbala said. Is that their responsibility? You have to know. You have to know so many things. And also, Madam Speaker, one day I was there. They cased a lorry of timber to my village, Sibano, about the police station. And the driver was dragged from the lorry. And they beat him in my presence and tied him up. I tried to find out why did they do that. I invited them to the police station with the OC, they refused. I went to the police station with the member for benefit for them to investigate.
Yes.
So,
your time is up.
Okay, sorry, let me round up. Madam, during the adjournment debate, there was a press release by EU, UK, and other embassies to say that we can vote for the Constitution. Madam Speaker, they should respect the integrity and the sovereignty and the independence of the Gambia. Madam Speaker, I strongly condemn that, and I strongly condemn their release. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Fonyi Bondali. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will go straight to the point. I want to appeal again to the Minister of Agriculture. The women of Kawali are really suffering because their garden is without water. So I want her to help the women of Kawali. And also there's another village at Nyafi. Those women also said that they need a garden. They need a new garden. So the Minister of Agriculture is here. I'm appealing to you again to help the women of Fonyi Bondali. Secondly, I'm coming to works. I have 3 major roads in my constituency. Those roads are very important to me. The one is from Nyantempo via Fast Chairman, Nyefui, Alakunda. I want the Minister of Works to help me to renovate or even construct those roads. And the other road also is from Bondali to Bisari Bajonki and also to Bisari Madi up to up to the last village where we have a Fula community. I forget the name. Not Sintet. Hey, don't disturb me. The other road, the third road is from Bondali to Bondali Tendal. From Bondali to Bondali Tendal. So the minister is here. I also want to leave a legacy. If I finish my 5-year term, if I don't come back, but I need a legacy where they will say that the honorable member for Fonyi Bondali do this thing. And I will come to health. But health, the minister here, I want to thank the minister. We are working on something, but nonetheless, I want the minister to upgrade one of my health posts to a health center. That's what I want from the minister. I know that we are working on something, but that thing cannot be left out. And also I want a health center in my constituency. And secondly, there is a minister, a former minister, Minister of Justice. One of the National Assembly member for Fonyi Bintang asked him a question about the property that they seized from the former president, including his hometown. He said that in his response, he said that the former president has stolen all our money. But that minister also has given 3 diplomatic passports to his family. Is that not a stealing? Is that not a stealing? Because he has also given 3 diplomatic passports to his family, his wife, his mother, and his sister. How? Madam Speaker, let me stop here before I say something. That's why.
Honorable, please, let's use civil language. Just now, we reprimanded or asked an honorable member to withdraw a word. So please, let's be civil in our language. We are parliamentarians. Thank you. Yeah, honorable member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, for me, I know that many of my colleagues have been complaining about roads. For me, I don't complain about roads. I'm very happy now. All the problems of roads have been solved in Banjul. I want to talk about the Banjul Mini Stadium. That's the former KG5. This is the only football field that Banjul has. That belongs to the community of Banjul. We have other football fields like St. Augustine's. It belongs to the school, and Gambia High School too. And the Gambia Ports Authority want to use that for our container terminal. And this is the only thing that we have that belongs to the community of Banjul. So I am appealing to the government, if they want to expand the port, let them expand inside the sea, not in Banjul. Banjul is a very small island. The port cannot take all what we have. They are entrenching. They have taken some part of half-die wall, and they are coming more in to the other wards too. So we don't want that to happen. We don't want Banjul to be a business center. So even if they want to take the KG5, they have to compensate us with a very standard and modern park that the people of Banjul will be benefiting from. Secondly, I want to talk about the old buildings in Banjul. A few weeks ago, we have seen what have happened: a serious fatal accident, a building collapse, and some family members were severely injured. Thanks God that there was no life that was lost. But in this situation in Banjul, in this present situation, there are so many old buildings that still people are residing. Some have been abandoned for years, and still they have not been demolished. A few years ago, during the tenure of the late Mayor Laiba, he was doing that, demolishing buildings that are very old, which was a very good move. So the government and the council should look into this before very serious catastrophe will happen and we'll start saying, Yala Kodoga. It's not done. We shouldn't wait for these situations or these problems to happen. Thirdly, I want to go to the buildings of stores in Banjul. In Banjul now, they want to change the city to a city store, warehouses everywhere, not only in the commercial area, but they are now getting into the residential areas. And we have been complaining, the people of Banjul have been complaining for quite a long time. A few weeks ago, people of Banjul plan to do a massive demonstration, but some people have talked to them to talk to the ministry so that the ministry can do something about it. Most of the time, when these businessmen buy compounds in Banjul, they always transform it to a warehouse or to build a warehouse there. And if people talk to them, they'll say that the fiscal plan give them the permit to build a store there. Which is which? Fiscal plan are saying that they're not giving them permit, and the owners of those properties are saying that fiscal plan is giving them permits. So this has to come to an end. We are tired. Imagine in small streets in Banjul, containers parking there, 2-3 containers offloading, unloading every time, and it's not even safe. And our roads will not last long. So I'm appealing to the government to take a giant step towards this. The third thing I want to talk about is about for government to consider the validity of the license to be 5 years instead of 1 year, because this will reduce the intense work of the police. Every year, people have to be queuing to renew their license. Even if the price is going to be increased, it's fair enough.
but at least it should be from 1 year to 5 years, like the ID card. And I also want to talk about the airport tax that the civil aviation has just started. Passengers paying $20 coming into the airport and going out of the airport. Though it's true that we are a tax-based economy, but doesn't mean that we should be taxing everywhere. We are competing with other countries. Our landing slots are high, are very expensive, and we want to again increase the tax, make tax on passengers coming into the country. Tour operators and airlines will prefer to go to other countries. So we should consider this. Before making some laws or some policies, we should definitely think about it before doing it. Sometimes it might be detrimental to the nation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. These were the few things that I have.
Very much. Ilyasa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am highly appealing to the Minister of Health so that they can consider the northern part of my constituency. I'm sorry to say, where the floods and wildlife are living, since 1965, Madam Speaker, I've been saying this, even to get a paracetamol, they could not get it. Please, Health Minister, I am having an appeal to you, please. Because since 65, Madam Speaker, up to date, the northern part of my constituency, from Timbunkoto up to Kelebram, definitely very sad, Madam Speaker. I was just last 2 months back. I mean, the manner the people are living in that area definitely is a horrible condition. So I'm appealing to the Health Minister, at least, so they can have a health post. So that at least they'll be able to enjoy their right as a human being. Madam Speaker, if you come to electricity, it is around unfortunate. Because if you think of Kachang ward, from Kachang, Jumansari, Jalakunda, Alkakunda, still now, they could not get electricity. And if you think of the population of that area, that's serious. So I'm appealing to the Minister of Energy so they can try to assist those people. Madam Speaker, but I'm appealing again, although because I won't talk about the electricity of northern part, but at least that's the Sarak area, Plezanja Kundari, Chekura Kunda, Anjal Kunda, so at least the Minister of Energy towards Kondakunda and Kunda Niji. So those people to start to at least to have access to electricity. Madam Speaker, as you all know, Farafenye is the second capital of the country. But still now you all know the famous Chakubanda. But it is unfortunate that the government and area council, they totally forget about that village, Farafenye city, in fact. I can say not a small city. So I'm highly appealing to the government and the councillors and the area council try to at least assist those people so that they're able to have certain social amenities within that. Madam Speaker, definitely I'm very much sad, but I think it's high time for us to intervene because this is a very respectable house, National Assembly, but I feel very bad, and I even assume the attitude of certain MPs, what they are doing definitely doesn't even match with the principle of the House. So I'm appealing to them. So let's just exercise patience so that we can be able to move together. Madam Speaker, finally, I sit down. I am appealing the entire world so that at least this is to recognize the Somaliland. Because Somaliland, they are Muslims, and even if they are Muslims, but at least they are human beings, at least they should be recognized by the international community. And also their brothers and their sisters. I'm appealing to you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Did you raise your tag? Woolly is no. No, my question is, did you raise your tag? Yeah, very well. Okay. Busum, Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Speaker, electricity road is a common concern to all of us. I believe with funds they will be constructed, but without funds we can't construct them. So I wish we have funds to construct them. Honorable Speaker, coming to cattle. In my area, cattle, they have right to survive, and grazing land is a problem for cattle, and drinking pool as well. And Madam Speaker, it's common, farmers that grow crops and farmers that rear cattle, they always have problems. So I believe it's high time the government intervene and make sure that animals, they have part where they move to the graze land and they have a good drinking pool. Honorable Speaker, I believe the government also need to have an exit plan for ECOMIC because they must leave sooner or later. It's time bound, so government must have an exit plan. If they are out of this country, what will be the fate of our security officers? So it's high time our security, they be in charge. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before taking my seat, I would like to acknowledge the effort made by some organizations, some of the organizations in this country, particularly Red Cross, Vision Development Foundation, GCCI, Medical Research Council, and individual concerned citizens, and Madam Speaker yourself, for the support given during this COVID-19 and the Office of the Clerk. So I want to thank you on behalf of the people of Central Badibu for the support given to me for face mask distribution. Honorable Speaker, last by no means the least, Honorable Speaker, the nation is brief. Honorable Member of Serekunda, talk about it. What happened in this parliament here on that day? Everybody is affected. Honorable Speaker, I could fully remember when the supplementary bill was coming to this house. Most of the executive ministers were here to see to it that we passed that bill. There was political will. But this draft bill came here, only the Attorney General who was coming here. We didn't see any one of the ministers to give their support to this important document. Honorable Speaker, where are we moving as a country? This is a concern, there is a problem, there is a crisis in the country, and I think I concur with Honorable Member of Serekunda that we need a national dialogue to forge ahead. If we should continue throwing this draft bill into the dustbin, that's a clear indication that any bill that comes here can also suffer like that in the future. We are not moving, Honorable Speaker. We could all remember how we gave our blessings to the bills here so that the country can move. Almost all the ministries, all the institutions are factored in that constitution. All the problems that we're talking about, all the bills, they are all factored in that constitution. If that constitution should be taken out of this National Assembly without thinking twice, I think it's a cause for concern. Honorable Speaker, the Vice President is here. This is a message to all of us to forge ahead to find solution to this problem. The nation is at crisis. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Interior, we want to register our displeasure with the way and manner law is being enforced in the URR. You hear the member for Tumana, the member for Sandu, and now the member for Woodley East. We are very unhappy because our people's properties are being stolen by organized crime, and the institution that should protect them could not protect them. The people organized themselves to help that institution, but that institution is not ready to cooperate with the people to stop the practice. You arrest a thief, you give it to the police, they are released. You arrest a thief, they end up arresting you yourself who arrested the thief and taking you to court. And sometimes these things are not explained to the people. I made a complaint to the Interior, I explained to them, and I urged them to go and set up a program to educate and help these people, enlighten them, and even the police to enlighten them so that they work together. But still now there is no such program to help these people to work together. So we are very unhappy that stealing is rampant and is becoming a very serious crisis because fighting has started, and to the extent that people even want to go and attack police stations. So we are calling the Ministry of Interior to take a very swift step to ensure that this practice stops. Honorable Speaker, we thank the Ministry of Health for swiftly responding to our call to help the Bajakunda Health Center to fix the batteries, the solar batteries, to ensure that the health center functions and electricity continue to be there. Honorable Speaker, the people of Bajakunda, the community of Bajakunda has provided 24 solar batteries to the health center, and the ministry has really worked very quickly to ensure that that does not just stay lying there, but it is to the benefit of the people in that area. Honorable Speaker, the fire and ambulance service project, the structure that should be built in Bajakunda is still not completed. You know, and this is almost 2 years to 3 years now since the commencement of that project. It's $18 million project, but it's still not completed. It is lying there. You go there, it's a beautiful edifice, but nothing is happening there. Grass is growing there. There is no road that is accessible to the vehicles that should leave the premises. Nothing is working there now. And that project is supposed to serve Sandu, Woodley West, and Woodley East. So we are really calling on the Ministry of Interior to make it proactive, to ensure that the project is completed so that work can commence. There is a lot of fire outbreaks in the provinces as well, and we require this service. And after spending all this money there, we don't want to see the facility lying idly and abandoned. We expect the ministry to do something about that. Honorable Speaker, finally, we should not forget about our own CDF. We've allocated funds for constituency development, and up to now, this time is September. The year is ending, and we've not done much towards it. The initial objective was to go and have a study outside to see how other countries are doing it, so that we'll be able to implement it here. But since COVID-19, we have abandoned that process, and now, you know, the funds are there, but we need to fast track it to ensure that before the end of the year, you know, some of us can access the funds and ensure that if it is water, it goes to the right ministry to implement the project, not ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Upper Salon.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, members, and the Honorable Ministers that are present here today. Start with the Honorable Vice President. Now, Honorable Speaker, this is going to be a marathon anyway, but I want to take the opportunity to thank the Ministry of Water Resources for coming to my aid for not the first time, but for really, you know, opening their gates to me, for example. Now, we've had a lot of issues in the Upper Salon, and in fact, you will know on all indications that Upper Salom is one of the poorest communities in Gambia, by all indications. But I must stand here and then say I'm very happy with most of the ministries here, because whenever I go there to put a claim on some of the issues, they've responded, and they've responded positively, except one which I will mention last. From the Minister of, and again for water, you're going to realize that, they've clustered most of the villages, because we have 84 villages. And, you have this, care something, but they've clustered them, and I've seen the work that your people actually are doing, and I must say thank you. On environment, I want to say thank you once again, Honorable Minister, for providing me with over 500 seedlings to help me on the annual tree planting exercise in Upper Salom, especially in Bati. We were able to plant over 1,000 during this rainy season, and you've contributed immensely, and the people of Bati as well. Thank you. And next year, we want to do more than 5,000, and I'll come back to you on that. For the Minister of Health, Honorable Speaker, they've already renovated the only health post we have in Upper Salom. And today, actually, I've seen that they've advertised looking for potential builders of a new clinic in Upper Salom. So I can't see anything more than thank you in advance, Honorable Minister. For youth and sports, the people of Upper Salom, the youth of Upper Salom are looking for a mini stadium. And we think this is something that's very possible. We need your help. On education, MOFSI, I think I stood here the last time, say that the ministry is planning to build 3 new schools in Upper Salom. 2 are almost 95% completed. Thank you. And 1 is about to start, and we say thank you. Honorable Minister, the School of Bati is not actually fenced. There's no fence around School of Bati. The teachers also do not have staff quarters. However, some sons of Bati in the diaspora, they are planning to build a staff quarters for the teachers of Bati. So the only thing we are asking, since they're going to take the greater good of the cost of that school, we would like you to help us with fencing the school, and the cost of building staff quarters, we take that responsibility. I think we've made it very, very easy for you, and I think the Minister of Finance will be happy with that. On the interior, thank you, Honorable Minister. We've been asking for a vehicle for the police station of Nyao. The last time I went there, like a few weeks ago, the SO called me to show me the vehicle that was provided to him. So we want to say thank you. The people of Upper Salom and the people of Nyanija, my colleague is not here, so we want to say thank you, and we want you to continue to support the people of that area. On agriculture, Honorable Minister, I think we are seeing something going on in agriculture. The only area we have issue is the vegetable garden for FAS. The water is actually not enough, as well as the vegetable garden for the village of Gujahanga. That has been under construction for almost 1 year now. So we want you to step in to see how best you can help. The Minister of Defense, I am asked to ask you whether there is a possibility to have a mini army camp in Upper Salom. Because, Upper Salom, from the beginning to the end, we have a border with Senegal. In fact, where I live, you take only like 3 meters, you are in Senegal. There is a lot of cross-border issues. And again, we've been seeing a lot of armed robberies in that particular area. The police are doing a good job, but because I didn't have a vehicle, now that they have, they're going to improve. But they want me to ask you whether there's a possibility to have a mobile army unit around that area, the corridor, to see what best they can do. The Minister of Trade, this one, I don't know, but it's about the Lumos in the area. We have Lumos in Upper Salom, and we have also Lumos in Lower Salom.
You have a minute left.
Yes, thank you. So we want to find out exactly when are the Lumos going to open. Now, lastly, Honorable, I think you've heard what most of the ministers are doing in Upper Salom. Now the Minister of Energy. The people of Upper Salom, since God created Upper Salom, they've never had even a pole of electricity. Never. So we are seeing that since Kiang is actually, they have something. So policy has come to our aid. From Kiang, I would like you to go to Upper Salom. Upper Salom, Nyanija, nothing. Since God created earth, they have not done anything. So the Minister of Energy, next time we come to Parliament here, I want to stand here and thank you for doing that for the people of Upper Salom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable members, any more interventions? Okay, Woolly West. No, you are not on my list. I wasn't giving you. Well, I cannot capture everything. I depend on my aides, and maybe they did not capture your name, but you can have the floor. It's not my fault.
When you called Sane, the Brikama South, my card was already up. That was one of the first people.
Whatever you say, but it is, I am not a recorder anyway, so.
I'll begin by reinforcing a point raised by a member for Balibu Central, and that is the issue of watering for cattle in this country. I'm saying this because my constituency has the person who has the greatest number of cows in this country. From beginning to end. You ask any Fuller, they will agree with you. Madam, I've always said that we must invest into those sectors which are capable of generating revenue. That's the only way we can make revenue. Cattle generate revenue. Why not invest into them? Provide proper watering system for them. Provide proper grazing for them in the country. It can be done. And if I go further, you know, here we are good at using words. Words can't feed anybody. Words are just instruments of doing something, but they cannot feed me. We talk about beautiful things like agri-value chain, this, that, chain, that, but you can never see the chain. You want young people to go to agriculture, to go to the land, but they know if they go there, whatever they produce becomes a liability in their hands. So why can't we change that? We know our diamonds are groundnuts. If we invest in that sector, we'll transform this country from what it is today to become heaven on earth. You all know that. Why can't we do it? There is no development without sacrifice. There is no development, I repeat, without sacrifice. You must deny yourself something and put it into something with a view to getting something better. The sectors into which we should invest and have money, they are numerous. Fishing is one of them. I always say it. Even fishing alone can make this country survive. But we are neglecting it. We are selling it to people. We leave it to people. We leave people to come and trap our resources to our detriment. This is what must stop. We should stop being beggars. People should come and beg this country. We should not beg. We have everything that we need. Anybody who does not say that, then you don't know this country. Madam, the role of a government is to ensure service. And ensuring that service, you must also ensure equality. When I travel in this country and see what I see, it makes me sick. It's like others are aliens in this country. They are not part of this country. From what they call Bolibanda in Kantora, up to the end of Jimara, both South Bank and North Bank, the only where you have one doctor is Basse. The whole of North Bank, there is no doctor. The whole of North Bank, there is no midwife. The whole of North Bank, there is no blood bank. I don't know whether there is one in Basse. So, tell me, in a situation of that nature, where you have a crisis, you have somebody giving birth to a baby, but has blood problem. In, let's say, in Bohumkunda, what do? There is no health facility, there is no ambulance, and there is no blood bank even in the whole of that place.
Honorable, you have a minute left.
So, I think, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Ministers and the Vice President, we have a task. No one will come and develop this country. Well, that we can make this country heaven on earth. It is a will and commitment and prepare to sacrifice. How can you be giving coupon, petrol coupon to an individual, a tune of 15,000, 25,000, 30,000, a whole facility does not have such a mean. The ambulance there in just a few days, there is no fuel. If you have a patient, you have to provide petrol, or else he or she dies. These are foods for thought. When I say sacrifice, this is what I mean. We need something better than what we have. 55 years on this earth here, we call ourselves independent, and we are still pottering with development. Development is not a rocket science. I don't need to be an economist. I don't need to be an economic planner, a development planner to plan development. You only need to be a strategic thinker with a will to serve and change
your time
the
is
world for the
over.
better
Your
of
5 minutes is
everybody.
Thank you. Any more interventions, honorable members? No, Sandu. No.
Honorable, no, I'm coming. You listen to me. I just want to observe something before you put the question to. Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Just what has just happened here. If you come to the assembly, you ask who is Mahanera's friend, they will say it is Honorable Drame, who is his twin brother. But Honorable Speaker, what has just happened here, I just stood up to apologize on his behalf. The cabinet ministers, they are our partners in development. Apart from that, they are our fathers, our uncles, our grandparents. So what has just happened here, definitely, it rolled my blood down cold, because I, Mahanera, will not accept somebody who will belittle me in front of the whole world. And I would not like also somebody to belittle somebody's father in front of everybody here on earth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any more interventions? Honorable members? No? Okay. At this point in time, I would like to invite the Honorable Ministers and Her Excellency, the Vice President, who wish to reply to the issues raised by honorable members with regards to their portfolios. So, Honorable Minister, I don't, okay, the Honorable Attorney General. Attorney General, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll just first start by addressing the issue of the concern regarding the regulation of estate agencies. It's a concern that we have taken note of. We are aware of their problem. And my ministry and the Ministry of Lands, we are very advanced in coming up with a legislation that probably we will introduce in this parliament very soon to make sure that people that deal with the real estate agencies in trying to acquire land are not going to be victims of fraud, because we are aware of a lot of problems that are caused by the real estate agencies. So my ministry have already drafted a bill, and we're going to work together with the Ministry of Lands, then eventually with the stakeholders in that industry. Once we are done, you will see us here, so that we try to deal with that vice in society. Then, I don't have many questions. I think one or two or three, but they were all directed at one issue, so I just have one short answer for all the issues, because both member for Brikama, Serekunda, I was not recording the names this time, but I think it's Central Badibu also made reference to as to what is the way forward. with respect to the constitution bill that we've lost in the House 2 days ago. First of all, I'll have to build on Her Excellency the Vice President's response that the first attempt of government in trying to fulfill its objective with respect to that objective of reforming constitutional law in this country, we've gone past that now. So the question is, what next? So she has given an answer to that. But I would like to look at what Honorable Foserekunda looked at by quoting both the standing orders, Section 102 and Section 226 of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, whether we have an alternative approach to this situation. Okay, I agree entirely. The standing orders of this House are not questionable anywhere outside of this House. But in any event, they are also only applicable in this House, not outside of this House. So as a result, the Constitution is supreme. So when we're looking at an issue where a standing order had made a provision on that subject, and the Constitution made a specific provision on that subject, of course, I'm sure you'll agree with me, it is the Constitution that we will go by, not your standing order. And this is exactly what happened with respect to the Section 226 scenario that we've seen here. Now, in the same vein, Section 102 of the Constitution you looked at, Section 102 is a general provision in the Constitution. That is looking at a situation where you are considering any other bill that is not taken care of by a specific provision of the Constitution. So normally lawyers will tell you where a general provision conflicts with a specific provision, it's the specific provision that prevails. So the general provision is if you are entertaining a bill here that do not cater in it a referendum issue, but by your interrogation and consideration, you found something in that bill that in your opinion as a House is so of a national importance that you want to subject that bill to a referendum. That is where Section 102 operates. That is not the scenario we're dealing with here, because the Section 226 deals exhaustively and specifically with the situation we are dealing with here. So this Section 226, in my view, is the option available to us. I can see gestures. I'm not too sure whether the Speaker will allow us to converse over this issue, but I'll just complete my answer. So in my opinion, I don't think Section 102 offers us an alternative. You made a second proposal. Could we have had a dialogue over this before reaching this point? And is there an opportunity for a national dialogue to pave the way forward? Could we have had a dialogue before tabling the bill? I wouldn't say much to that, because at the time I came into office, this bill was already gazetted. My role was only to table and then complete it. So it was already 2 months already gazetted or whatsoever. So even if I said it is my view that it was supposed to be preceded by a dialogue so that we avoid this scenario, it would just be an opinion, because I couldn't have played any role at that stage. I was never in cabinet at the time. Whether there could be a national dialogue now onwards to see how we resolve this matter, I wouldn't rule it out. The thing is, it's just 48 hours since this thing happened. So government, we are consulting, so we need to go back, like Vice President, Her Excellency said. So various options will be put on the table. And then, of course, this is one of them. We appreciate the suggestion, and I think it's supported by the Central Badibu Assembly member. So I don't think government will be averse to this. But I'm not in a position to give a definitive answer to that at the moment. But options are on the table, and we will consult and get back to you as to the way forward after the experience that we've got about the bill already. I thank you very much.
Can we safely say that that answers the issues raised by honorable members dealing with the Attorney General's portfolio? Any more issues that touched on? Yes, thank you. Birkama Sao, yes. Him to exhaust the issues that touched on this
Thank you very
portfolio.
much, Honorable Attorney General. My issue with regards to the cabinet position on the constitution that was tabled before us.
Yeah, it's the same answer. So that's why I said I looked at all the questions and answered them at once. Cabinet position and government position almost is the same. So we are yet to meet as a cabinet. This happened 2 days ago. So I cannot speak for cabinet at the moment because cabinet is collective. We have to meet, consider various options. Then if I'm mandated, I'll be able to speak on behalf of cabinet. So no cabinet meeting have taken place yet. So we are all trying to get ourselves abreast with the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable AG, you are released. Thank you. Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Yes. I think various issues have been raised regarding agriculture. So she will respond to everything at one go.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to start with Nyani. He mentioned that the two of our project managers passed away. That's the root project and the rice value chain project. For the roots project, we are communicating with the donors, that's IFAD, and maybe in few months, we will recruit the project director. Then for African Development Bank, that's the rice value chain also. That one also we are communicating with the donors so that at least this project director position can be filled. You mentioned about the evaluation of the staff for the roots project. It has been conducted, and that one also we are communicating with IFAD so that at least the staffs on the transition can be moved easily. So this is the status we are at the moment. Then the Fonyi benefit, you mentioned whether we have any plans for the post-harvest losses. Well, for the roots project, it's supposed to construct 15 cold storage facilities. When that one has started, we'll be constructing this cold storage over the country, all the regions. Then for the post-harvest losses, I want us also to advise our farmers because we are cultivating the watermelon in this country. So if at all there are a lot of watermelon in this country, maybe we can also consider the price they are selling because it's not imported in this country. We are producing it in the Gambia here. So at least one watermelon, you said you want to sell it at $250 is $200, $150, up to $100. Obviously, there will be post-harvest losses. So let's consider that also so that we discuss with our farmers so that at least they can also sell it. If at all they calculated their production cost, they can also sell it at a reasonable price so that they can also have a little profit rather than getting thousands of dollars from a small plot. Yeah. Then for Jokadu, you said that this year you planted early millet 3 times and it fails. And I want to assure you that by next month, October, we are going to conduct a pre-harvest assessment, and that one will inform us so that at least we can take measures. Then Combo East, you mentioned of a Piran to Faraba Road network. Yes, the contract has been signed, but because of the rainy season, that's why still now the construction has not started yet. But immediately after the rains, it will start. Then Fonyi Bondali,
You asked about Kawali vegetable garden, although she is not here. But her request is considered, and we'll try to address their water problem soon. Then the new garden schemes she requested, I will advise her so that at least the communities, they can make requests through the regional directors, because that's why we have the regional directors, so that at least their requests can be filed, so that at least it can follow due process. Then Central Badibu, you talk about the grazing land and the drinking points for animals. In fact, our National Livestock Farmers Association, they are working closely with the chiefs and the alcalos so that at least they can consider the grazing land. And also the drinking points also, our livestock services with the ministry, we want to ensure that we have adequate drinking points, especially with the small ruminant project. I think that one also will be addressed soon. Then for FAS and Guija Hanga, Lower Salum, Upper Salum, you mentioned it, you said that garden has a water problem, and the Guija Hanga also was under construction for more than 1 year. It is a FAO project for Guija Hanga. I will make sure I make follow-up with the FAO resident representative to know what are the obstacles why this garden is not completed. Then the FAS also will consider it. Then the Woolly Wells, you talk about rice value chain. I think Minister of Agriculture and the parliamentarians, I think we have to work closely to ensure that we have the private sectors who are also engaged in this value addition. Because the government alone cannot do it. We need private sectors, just like the young guy at Sapo, at Pachar Fields, is doing rice production. Is adding value to the rice. But if at all we have a lot of private sectors so that at least we can promote our Gambian products, to have some of the facilities in the Gambia here, process it, and sell it. So I think these are the points. Thank you very much.
Honorable, are we all satisfied? All the issues have been responded to, covered? Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You were released. Honorable Minister of the Interior, thank you. Actually, I have been given a list by the executive, so that's what I am going back to.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was not here yesterday when some concerns were raised, and I want to deal with that first, then come back to the questions raised today. I will start with the NAMFO Banjul Central's concern about the quality of food and skill development for inmates in Mile 2. I just want to inform this august body that significant efforts have been made to adjust the quality of food given to prisoners, and this includes changing the breakfast menu from porridge to bread and butter. There have been a series of complaints about the porridge that they used to take, and because of that, there is a need for us to change the diet, and this diet has since been changed. There is also complaints of experiencing sand while eating coos, which we believe must have been caused by recklessness on the part of the cook. And then as a result, we decided to engage the UNODC for the provision of milling machine, and that has been provided, and it remains the inauguration of that machine. Further measures have been taken.
Honourable Speaker, I want to observe, please.
Very well, yes. Yes, I think there was a motion raised by the Honorable Member for Banjul North that the President's address let the Honorable Vice President consult the Minister and they provide us with a report. So I was thinking that the Ministers are to respond the issues we raised concerning about the adjournment
during
debate.
because of the
But
adjournment
the
debate,
Minister
yes.
is talking about things that were talked about yesterday.
Or those are issues that touched on the presidential address.
Very well, yes.
No, those will be covered by the reports that they're going to prepare. So the response here now is on the issues that have been raised by the honorable members during the adjournment debate,
Again, some of the questions
touching
raised.
on their various constituencies.
Madam Speaker, why I started with this is that some of the questions raised yesterday were the same questions raised today. And then I will proceed with the NAM for Brikama. Madam Speaker, on the honorable member's concern relative to Dimbaya issue and the security challenge that we faced, this has already been alluded to by the local government minister, and as at now, the place is very calm. I now proceed to the questions raised today. I'll start with the concern of the honorable member for Belfast, that there are frequent road accidents in our constituency, and what could be done to ensure short-term measures to minimize road accidents. This is a similar question that was also raised yesterday, but I'll still adhere to the rules and then give you the briefings on that. I want to inform the honorable members here that, and affirm that there is increase definitely on the number of road accidents around that strip, not only within the Fonyi, but in the whole of South Bank. However, comparing the number of accidents around this area with that of the previous year, accidents are not at the increase totally, but around that area, definitely they are at increase. The increase is probably caused by the following. The attitude of drivers, that's the overspeeding, neglect of traffic signboards, and also 2, road conditions. The better the road conditions with poor attitude of drivers, such as overspeeding and neglect of traffic signs, the higher accidents are likely to occur. And also, could be also attributed to the condition of the vehicle. For the information of the honorable members, National Road Authority and the police has conducted countrywide assessment as to the state of affairs of road accidents. And then they confirm in their report, as I mentioned earlier, that accidents are caused by the following. However, currently the police are engaging the National Road Authority for the provision of road signs and speed bumps, plus the sleeping policemen where required. The assessment team also identified about 151 spots where speed bumps are needed to be built. So far, much of the identified areas for speed bumps in the North Bank, particularly Bara Amdalai Road, have been built. There had been drastically reduced, the accidents have been drastically reduced in those areas. So there is a need to do the same along the South Bank in order to minimize road accidents. NAM for Busumbala also raised issues concerning the checkpoint at Buyam. 3 areas: land allocated to the police at Mandinaring, and lots of accidents, lots of incidents of theft and robbery around that environment, Mandinaring area. I just want to inform honorable member on the first point that on economic issues, the Minister of Defense this year probably will comment on that, because these are defense forces. The second point is on the land allocated to the police at Mandinaring. Normally, it is easier to allocate land, but only a land cannot make it to a police station. This requires a lot of other efforts. And then the budget constraints are one of the key issues that those areas were not built up till now. But efforts are on the way to see that, to make sure that some of these stations that people require, locations that people require stations, at least to consider building police stations at those locations. But I've made mention of these things here last time, that we conduct assessments of areas before police stations are built. Probably the honorable member must have conducted his own assessment, but then we'll still further conduct assessment on the area to see whether it requires a major police station, a satellite post, or a police post. In any case, if there's the assessment report shows that there's a need to build a police station, all efforts will be geared towards building a police station at the location. The member for Latrikunda Sabiji made mention of the possibility of police officers, that's guards or VIP protection, to be traveling with their principals abroad. This at one point was conducted. We will appreciate if there are funds to that effect, to at least for ministers and other senior officials to be traveling with their close protection officers. However, with experience, this was started sometime in 2014, and then some of our earliest states in America or in Europe, because they refuse coming back. But I think that should not be a bar for this type of advancement to the protective officers. Now for Same, raise the issue of possibility of having ID card center at Karantaba, and also considering building or renovating police station at Karantaba. As I said in my first, I will start with the second one, the police post. As I said earlier, this creating or establishing a police post depends on our assessment. And if the assessment requires that we should build a police station, we'll make all efforts to at least to see if we have funds to build it. ID card centers, currently we have about almost 8 ID card issuing centers. Nonetheless, there's also a special team reaching to remote areas where electricity and other facilities are not available. I will contact the Director of Immigration to look at that situation and see where possible, even if the patrol team or the special team can reach to that location to issue ID cards. The member for Sandu also talked about frequency of fire incidents in the country, and that more rights are sometimes given to suspects, to suspects than complainants. On the first issue, the frequency of fire incidents, this one we cannot, as my institutions they almost give advice at all times, and they're always on the radio and television advising the population on how to keep their properties safe from fire. If this, there are frequency of fires, the proactive action that we can take in respect of this is only to advise the population. But when accident happens, our response, what we can do best is to respond to fire incidents. On the issue of giving rights to suspects, in the recent past, there are a lot of complaints that suspects are given rights, but people fail to understand one thing. We have detention time limit. When suspects are in police custody, they can only be there for a reasonable time, and that time is specified in the Act of Parliament. And I'm surprised that the same House of Parliament, members of this House, are still buttressing on that issue. So the ball is in your court now to see how best we can adjust the timing so that at least suspects can stay more time. But I think internationally, 24 hours to 72 hours maximum is the international practice. Member for Bintang also raised the issue of whether there is any agreement with ECOMOG on the establishment of checkpoints. This again, I will refer it to the Minister of Defense. Now for Banjul Central, there is the possibility of increasing the validity of license from 1 year to 5 years. This is something that we are putting into consideration. However, there are a lot of challenges attached to it. One, before license is issued to individuals, you have to undergo different types of tests. And one of the tests is the medical test. Okay? That is where the problem lies. Because if you are medically satisfied and given a license based on that medical certificate, that means that cannot be altered for 5 years, during that 5 years. So that has been the problem. So 1 year as at now is more reasonable, because you cannot say for certain that your health condition will remain the same for the next 5 years. So this is the challenge, but we're still looking into it and see a way out. Now for Wuli East. Also made mention of the manner in which laws are enforced in URR. And it talks about the release of prisoners. I think my one answer to this question would be the same. As I said, the 24 hours limit is our constraint, 72 hours difference is our constraint, and this is why suspects are released early, because you have to either put the person before a court within 24 hours or release him on bail. So this is the reason. So I think this is my last. I wanted to answer some of the questions that were raised yesterday, but then, Madam Speaker, I think I've exhausted. If there is any other question, then I can.
Yeah. Have all the issues been addressed? No, Birkama South. Let's take Birkama South and then Lower South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. in connection to Dar es Salaam, last Saturday I went to Dar es Salaam, and this so-called alkali representing Senegal is still in that place. If you could remember, the governor and SIS so went there to talk to the youths, and they are now come. The place is not stable.
Point of order.
And this is a place whereby two countries are fighting for the ownership in that particular place. When is he facing a deportation? Because he's the one inciting violence, talking to some of our citizens to even look for Senegalese identity. So I've been saying this thing, the man should face a deportation in order to avoid violence. Because the boys want to set his house on fire. This is the issue on the ground. I was there on Saturday.
Before we open the debate, a motion was tabled for honorable members to speak for 5 minutes. Now, everybody who spoke had his or her 5 minutes. So now it is just to clarify issues that were not very clear in the honorable minister's response, but not to bring in new elements that you could not cover under your 5 minutes. So we have to be careful. You should have brought up the issue of this alkali who is inciting during your first intervention. But as we always say, I'm sure the doors of the honorable ministers are always open. And if there are additional issues that are not cleared here, you can always follow it up with them and they can give further explanation. Thank you. Wooly West? No, Wooly, was it Wooly West? Mm-hmm.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I think the honorable member has to withdraw the word so-called alkali. So-called alkali.
And I always say, let's try to be civil and use parliamentary language. We have to watch out the words that we use. Woollyist, clarification, no new elements.
No, Honorable, I was also talking about the fire station, the project in Bajakunda. It's still at a standstill. You've not touched about that at all.
As far as I'm concerned, the information that I received is that the access road to the fire station has been the problem. And then the Minister of Works is contacted to create access to the station. The sooner that is done, that will be, the station is going to be occupied.
Lower Salum?
Yeah, the issue of the new police station in Kaur, whether the immigration will be accommodated and draw squad.
Well, that is just, there should be a cooperation between the police force and other services under the ministry. But we don't have the supreme power to say you have to accommodate them by force. But we will still manage to talk to the IGP to allowing the other service also to be attached to the station as we used to do in the past.
I recall the honorable member for Talinding raising issues about the fire outbreaks.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether...
Yeah, just for the information, because the first assignment...
And the gas expulsion.
Sorry?
The gas expulsion.
Yes. With regards to the gas expulsion, the task force was instituted by the Office of the President, and I want to believe that they must have submitted their report to the Office of the President. Regarding the Brikama incident, I instituted that panel, and they forwarded their report to me. I went through the report, and I've discovered some discrepancies, and I threw it back to them to continue the investigation. Not received any information regards to Basse incident yet. Probably that also is at a regional level. Maybe the governor at the time must have instituted that investigation. So their reporting lines would be the person who assigned those information to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You are released. Can I call on the Honorable Minister for Trade, if he's around? Okay.
Honorable Speaker, good evening. Members of the National Assembly, good evening to you all. I have few questions to answer here. The first was asked by the Honorable nominated member, Ndeyasin. That's regarding the rising prices, specifically onions, because the other ones are not essential commodities like garlic, black pepper, and others. We don't consider them essential commodities. But for onions, during the time the prices were regulated, prices were controlled, pegged at prices at the time of the COVID, 18th March. But as time went, when the regulations were stopped, and the moratorium ended also, the world market price for onion was high. There was no control. So that was when the prices went up to that level. But the forces of demand and supply in the world market, the supply started increasing in the world market, prices started dropping. Now prices as of today, $450, not $750. And the trend is also still coming down because the production is increasing, prices are coming down. So be rest assured that, the forces of demand and supply are working. I mean, Honorable nominated member, I think that answers your question. Now I come to my chairman, Honorable Member for Sandu. He talked about the substandard electrical material coming into the country. He also talked about the substandard food items. Electrical items are regulated by PURA, and these food items are under the purview of FSQA, substandard food items. But in government, we always try to work together and see how best, we can solve some problems arising here. The Ministry of Trade, we have the Standards Bureau under us. Now the Standards Bureau, they are working with PURA, they are working with this, FSQA also, because regulations have come up regarding the standards of these items. Now these three institutions, Standards Bureau, FSQA, they are working together to try and see how best to come up with quality standards. The Standards Bureau have come up with regulations which were already gazetted. So now they are working very well with PURA to come up with standards which all importers will have to abide by. The same thing when it comes to food items. FSQA is working very hard on that, and Standards Bureau is also working together with them. We were trying to get help from China. Before it was India. Now China are helping us in setting up local labs to test these food items. Before that even, the FSQA are working very hard to make sure that, with what we have, the labs may be not up to that standard, but with what we have, we can be able to make sure that food items are tested here locally before we have these Chinese or Indian, standard labs, which will be certified by the international standards, these ISO 9001 and others. Be rest assured that these standards, we are fixing to make sure that we don't have substandard items. We have seen fire outbreaks in case of, electrical items because of substandard products coming in, which must be stopped. We are working very hard on that. These food items also, where in the supermarkets, we have some unscrupulous business people trying to change, expiry dates. Food safety are working very hard on that. Yes, to make sure that, it is minimized. Now, regarding Banjul Breweries, still the member for Sandu. Banjul Breweries, we all know they have ceased operations, which we have reported, here and at this committee level. We have written to them. In fact, Cabinet set up a subcommittee to look into this, comprising of my ministry, Justice, Finance, and Lands. We met in my office, and then we charged our technical team, technical staff from all these ministries to engage. Written to the Banjul Breweries, they failed to respond officially. My technical staff, that's the permanent secretary, DPS in charge of industries, director in charge of industries, they all went there, but the response was not that good. Yes. In effect, they did not even, entertain to see them. But, finally we have set up, or the task force is continue to engage them, But we want to, tell you that be rest assured, we have our other measures to take if they are not responding positively. And for your information, just today is Wednesday, so Thursday, just yesterday, Wednesday, over the past week or so, we have people from Germany who were here. They were the ones who first started the Banjul Breweries, Some of them are coming back. They sent a certain high official here to talk to us. They want to come back. And two options. Either to, take over Banjul Breweries after discussing with them, or to set up their own new brewery. When they weighed between the two, they told us that they prefer coming up with something new because of certain issues which may be involved in the old one, which they may not be ready to go through. So he left yesterday night, and we are engaging the Ministry of Justice and Lands and Finance. We are talking at the technical level, and they are ready to respond or take care of this present situation before we, the ministers, meet again. But the German who came here and left yesterday said he is ready. My PS talked to the PS Lands, and he asked for certain requirements to be fulfilled, which the guy said when he goes back, he will respond to that. And let's say our doors are open for them to come back. Apart from that, even we have other interested parties locally here, and some also, coming from outside, not the Gambia, who are also interested.
So whenever Jul Brew, they are prepared to sell what they have, fine. There are still people standing aside waiting to be engaged. But we cannot allow them to use that place as a depot. We have said that and said it before. We are not allowing them to use the premises as a depot. It was meant for an industrial undertaking, and that must stay. The last question I had this night is from Opasalum regarding the Lumos. Just as my boss said here, Honorable Vice President, the Lumos, we are discussing how to go about the Lumos. And the Ministry of Health, my ministry, and the Interior, we are putting our heads together to see how best to come up with a solution to open the Lumos. I am a private sector minister. Dr. Samade, Honorable Samade is, health whatever, but we always say that, there must be a balancing act. There is it. But right now, the overriding, prime issue is health. We have to consult them. We are talking to see what type of good arrangement we can come up with to open the Lumos. Of course, as my honorable brother also said, the Lumos in the Gambia, 90 to 100% are all along the borders. You open the Lumos, the surge may come again and we'll go backwards. So we are trying to avoid all that. But definitely we are working very hard to make sure that there are strict, conditions that would be applied in order to open up the Lumos, and they will be under very strict supervisions. The time, I cannot tell now, but we are working hard on it. Thank you very much.
Are we all okay? Then the Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, distinguished honorable members. Good evening to you again, once again. I start with the question from the National Assembly member for Bundunka Kunda. His question was, how many ventilators do we have here? We currently have 67 ventilators, and we are procuring 100 more ventilators. He also wanted to know if we have experts to use them in the country. Yes, we have some experts, but if you remember in the morning, we had told you of the capacity gap in the Gambia when it comes to health professionals. So as we speak, we have 2 ICU consultants. Ventilators typically are used in the intensive care unit, and the specialists in intensive care units are called intensivists or ICU specialists. So we have only 2, and those themselves are non-Gambians. They are from Cuba, and we have 4 intensive care nurses who are all Cuban as well. So these are some of the challenges we have in the country. Now, other healthcare professionals are also able to use ventilators. Anesthetists are able to use them. Here we have only 3 doctor anesthetists for the entire country. 2 medical officers who are undergoing training in anesthesia, and we have 25 anesthetic nurses in the country. So all these people will be able to use the ventilators. and other doctors who are trained to use the ventilators. Currently, as we speak also, we've gotten some experts in our collaboration with Senegal, ICU specialists, pulmonologists who are in country, and they send in batches that replace each other, and we're collaborating with them, and together with our own people, they are training more and more doctors. But with regards to the management of COVID-19, it is evolving in the sense that people have seen that the use of ventilators is not high on the list as it used to be taught. Now, people give a lot more of oxygen, so oxygen is very, very important. Dexamethasone, that's a steroid, that's another drug, heparin to break the blood clots and so on and so forth. But nonetheless, we have them, and we're getting more to be on standby. We pray there's no surge, but if there's a surge, we are ready. And also to strengthen our health system, because the country needs more ICUs. And as we train more people, we prepare to equip our health facilities. The National Assembly member for Nyani did mention the issue of the ambulance in Kuntao. Yes, we are getting more ambulances. Inshallah, we'll get 23 more in the next couple of months, and then we'll do a distribution to where they are needed. We'll do an assessment, but as mentioned by yourself, Kuntao needs it, and then we will deploy to Kuntao. But we're going to do it in a strategic manner. You had us talk about the reduction of maternal mortality. So it's also going to be in that vein. It's an opportunity that it's coming at the time of COVID-19, but the longer lasting strategy is so that we are able to use them to bring down maternal mortality, as we mentioned earlier. Honorable nominated member Ndeye Yassin did mention, Seka did mention the issue of women dying in large numbers and not being seen in the hospital, and the issue of the woman who passed away, who had breast problem and was not seen at the hospital. We've had quite a number of challenges during this COVID-19 period. Of course, many hospitals scaled down so that attention could be given to the COVID-19 response. That scaling down included scaling down on non-emergency services. For example, elective surgeries that are not emergencies were postponed in many health facilities. But of course, that notwithstanding, and a good explanation is important for the patients to know that why their surgeries have been postponed, and at least some form of assessment so that the disease does not progress, does not deteriorate while the patient works at home. But now that the situation is calm with regards to COVID-19, we're seeing a downward trend. The facilities have been urged to restart the elective surgeries and so on. But part of the problem was actually the fact that quite a number of people were also apprehensive getting to the hospital for the fear of contracting COVID-19. So we're working on that so that the other activities, especially surgeries, recommenced. The Honorable Member for Fonyi Berfet mentioned the issue of traditional healers. Traditional healers, the government recognizes them and is cognizant of the fact that they are made use of and they are important. Quite a number of our people go to them first before they even come to the hospitals, irrespective of their social status, and that is recognized. So we have a traditional medicine unit in the Ministry of Health that is manned by a number of staff who have been trained, many of them in the sub-region. They work in quite closely with the traditional healers associations. But I think some of the challenges with regards to traditional medicine is that they have many associations. Some of the associations themselves do not tend to cooperate much. And who takes supremacy is a challenge. But the other problem we have with regards to traditional medicine is the standardization. We do not have the instruments to even accredit them, because each of them comes with its own regime that we don't even have the capacity to verify how authentic it is and to accredit them to be able to provide such services to the community. But I think it is important to engage them, because we have seen quite some malpractice from some other people. Some time ago, someone in the name of traditional medicine went to cut someone's hemorrhoids without anesthesia somewhere in Igbo town, and the person developed infection, perianal infection, extensive, came to the hospital, needed to be operated, and because of the fear and the pain, refused an operation, and sadly the person died. So these are some of the challenges that traditional medicine practice needs to be regulated, and more so the advertisement of their services on the radio and TV need to be regulated, because there's a lot of misleading information. The member for, National Assembly member for Jokadu did mention the only facility is in Kuntaya. Yeah, we are happy to inform you, honorable member, that we are in the process of compiling the names of places that need health posts. These health posts are very close to health centers, because they have most of the facilities. The only addition will be the addition of a labor ward. So Jokadu, inshallah, will get one of those health posts. Very soon, next week, you will see the announcement of those. The member for Jara Central did also mention the issue of health facilities in Kabada. Fortunately, the answer is similar. The Kabada stretch will get, inshallah, 2 health posts. That will be announced next week, inshallah. The member for, National Assembly member for Busumbala also mentioned the issue of ambulances. So the answer is similar. Ambulances will be coming soon, more ambulances, and they'll be distributed to all those hard-to-reach communities. Now, the National Assembly member for Basse did mention the issue of Sabi, the lack of a medical doctor. Yeah. Thank you, honorable member. That facility is a very good initiative from the community. They spent huge sums of money to build it up, and it has been very, very useful. I visited it myself and went around the entire facility. Of course, they have challenges recently, most recently the flooding, which we are sending a team to make an assessment. The regional director has already gone there so that we see what can be done with regards to the facility. Of course, at this juncture, it's important to mention that the MOU has expired for the past 2 years, and it needs to be reviewed. But I think one of the problems was that quite some commitments were included in that MOU that were not implementable because the resources were not there when it was being signed. So that is why they started having the challenges of even the payment of the health laborers that were there. But those health laborers now, the ones that are retiring, but we're getting replacements that are included in the manpower budget, and they'll be taken care of by the government. The issue of the doctor, they got used to a particular doctor who was very helpful in the community, and they didn't want him to leave, so they didn't really actually even want a replacement. But he had to go, and now that he's back, he also wants to stay in the combos. So we're getting a replacement. The challenge now is because of the COVID-19 duties. Most of the health professionals are where the concentration of the patients are. But as we get a lull, we get a reduction, we'll do a redistribution, and inshallah they'll get a doctor. The facility at Alonghare, now with regards to the community initiated facilities, I think it's important that we emphasize that actually before they start, they engage the ministry. It makes it easier. So that at the planning stage, we can also give them our ideas, and then we can start even factoring the staffing requirements in our manpower budget. But nonetheless, it's a goodwill gesture, and we'll take it on, and we'll engage them and see where they are, so we move on from there. But the challenge is that when communities start those kinds of initiatives, we do not have a mechanism that can allow us to put government funds into those facilities that have been initiated by the communities. Even if they get stuck somewhere, that is a big problem. We'll discuss with the finance minister for guidance, but sometimes administratively that's a big challenge, those facilities that have been initiated by them. The National Assembly member for Sami did mention the issue of the Karantaba Health Post to be upgraded to a major health facility. We will review that situation and then see. There are quite some factors we look at. We look at the population, but of course sometimes because of the distance and if the road network is bad, places that presumably are short distances tend to look very far away. So we will look at it. But the strategy now is we get a very good health facility in a community, and then we get very good ambulance services for the surrounding communities. So we'll assess them in these two lines, whether it is upgrading that facility or getting a very good ambulance service that can do quick referrals. Yeah. The National Assembly member for Combo North did mention the issue of the Pirang Health Post. Sorry, Combo East, yeah, Combo East. We are happy to inform him that it is one of the health facilities going to be renovated. You see the advertisement on the newspapers next week, inshallah, and they are going to be renovated very soon. The National Assembly member for Talinding did mention the issue of people paying for medical reports, for police reports. Yes, to the best of my knowledge, there is some payment for those forms when they come to the health facilities for the police, for the doctors to write a report. There is some payment, but I'll find out how much it is. I don't remember offhand now, but we can also review it, depending on the process. Most of these have been long-standing. We can have a look at it to see if it is possible to review it, since many of these accident victims really were victims in the first place, and having to come and pay for a report that can facilitate their court processes can be a challenge. We will look at it and see what the best way is. She also mentioned the issue of DNA testing. We think it's a very good idea, and it is important, and it's high time that we get that as a country for obvious reasons and for many reasons. So we're going to look into it and see if our partners, Global Fund and other partners, can help us acquire one, because the systems are not cheap. The member for Sandu did mention the issue of substandard food items, which the Minister for Trade spoke about. But I think it's a very important thing because it affects the health of the people. Honorable Member, yes, it is a reality, and we all agree that we have to work together to get those standards in place, because I'll tell you, even as Minister for Health, what I eat, I don't know the components. Whether it is good, I don't know. Whether it is bad, I don't know. And I eat it just like any other person. So really, we have to get a system in place that looks at the food we eat, because we believe strongly that some of the food we eat in this country are unwholesome, and they probably lead to a lot of diseases. So as a matter of urgency, but in a similar vein, on the side of the drugs, if I may add, we are also looking at that, because equally speaking, we have similar challenges with medications in this country, and we take it very seriously. You did mention something about the Diabugu Health Center. Unfortunately, I did not complete the sentence. I missed that. Maybe you remind me. The National Assembly member for Tumana did mention the issue of face mask came up again with regards to the president wearing the face mask. To the best of my knowledge, and it was also mentioned by the member for Jara East who had me in a radio interview or a television interview. I think my statement was that certain people are exempted, not exempted, not accustomed to, and those are actually stipulated in the order that we signed after the regulation was gazetted. There was an order. And these people actually include children less than 2 years old, people with medical conditions in which wearing the mask could be dangerous, and people who need for the movement of their mouth to be seen. For example, people who are hard of hearing, because the sign language, they need to see the movement of the mouth and so on and so forth. And I think my statement was that the journalist who asked me, I did tell him, it is good to know the reason behind certain things before one speculates. So that was my interview. But in a similar vein, we are told the president wore the face mask before, and we saw it thereafter. But the length of that speech is difficult for certain people to talk for that long with the face mask. We've seen it being done by other world leaders. Maybe it's easier for me because I'm a surgeon, you know, and I've been wearing the face mask for close to 2 decades, almost every day. So we have adapted ways of moving it without touching it. So that is it, but some people, especially when they talk, it can cause some difficulty in breathing. I'm not saying that's the case in the case of the president, but I said it was important to know the rationale behind it. But I will tell you, when it comes to respecting the rules of COVID-19, I think the president has been very supportive. One example was when his son came from the US, some people told him, take him somewhere for the quarantine rules. And he insisted. He said the same rule applies to his son as it applies to other Gambians. When they also said, oh, okay, let's offer them a different hotel. The team members said, let's offer them a different hotel. And he said, where other Gambians go to, that's where his son will go to. And we respected him for that. Thank you very much. Yeah. So really, there was no selective justice. Yeah. And I think, but I think the wearing of the mask is important. Nonetheless, we should wear it anytime because we believe that it's helpful to protect ourselves and to protect others around us. The member for Tumana did also mention the issue of an ambulance for the people of Tumana, and the answer is similar. When these ambulances come, we will look at the distribution pattern and we distribute equitably for the whole country. The member for Fonyi Bintang also did mention the issue of women, the death of women across the country. Yeah, we discussed the maternal mortality issue earlier on, but we did say that actually there is a lot more visibility now when it comes to the issue of maternal mortality, which is good because it brings it to the forefront. But really, maternal mortality is on the decline in the Gambia. We did explain the statistics here in the morning, and we have all that available for your consumption. So maternal mortality is on the decline. But yes, now there is a lot more communication on Facebook, on WhatsApp. When the mortality happens, people share the pictures, people share condolence messages, and so on. So people are more aware of it now than before. But what used to happen before is much worse than what is happening now. The National Assembly member for Fonyi Bondali mentioned the upgrading of one health post to a health center. So that will also be reviewed. And she did mention that we've been discussing. Yes, we've had discussions with regards to strengthening the health sector over there. And we're going to pay a visit there and look at what is amenable to make sure that the people get access to quality health care. The National Assembly member for Ilyasa also mentioned the issue of a health post, and Ilyasa is one of the areas to be covered. This health post we want to put up, construct, there are 11 of them, and they'll be distributed amongst these parts of the country that we mentioned. The member for Woodley East, the Bajakunda Health Center, we discussed it, and we're going to follow up. There's quite a lot of work that needs to be done over there, and we'll continue and make sure that is done. The team is going around next week and to ensure that the renovation work is done. The National Assembly member for Woodley West mentioned there's no doctor, no blood bank, no fuel for the ambulance. Really, just as we mentioned earlier, health manpower is a big challenge for most developing countries, as it is in the Gambia. Of course, we also accept the fact that there had been unequal distribution of health manpower with the concentration of the health workforce in the Combos. And we need to do redistribution. But it goes with quite some other commitments. They need to get accommodation when they go, when they are posted there. And quite a number of these facilities do not have sufficient accommodation to accommodate the nurses and the doctors. It is resource intensive, building accommodation for all those staff, because you may have a health center in one place, but if you want to accommodate all the 20 or so people, what you are going to build is 3 or 4 times more than the health center facility. So that makes it very difficult, but nonetheless, we will work on that and make sure that there's equitable or close to equitable distribution of health workforce across the length and breadth of the country. Well, unfortunately, he's not here, but I just quoted what he said, and he said there is no development without sacrifice. And I strongly believe in that. And really, we thank him for his leadership, and so many senior people like him who are very experienced. Each time they say certain things, we take note, because we learn from that. But we also appeal that that message gets across to the rest of the population in this country, because with my little experience, my humble opinion is that development in this country can be very difficult because the right attitudes are not there. A lot of things are very slow in this country because the right attitudes are not there. So my final appeal is today that we go into the communities so that we take our work seriously, whatever responsibility we have at any point. Because otherwise, it is very difficult, and Gambia will be too slow to develop, irrespective of the government, irrespective of the resources we have. The attitudes need to change. Thank you very much.
Before you, let's just seek for whether honorable members need any clarification. Earlier on, I had seen Sandu.
All right, thank you. Honorable Speaker, I asked the Honorable Minister what is their position to transform Diabugu minor health center to a major health center, and also the issue of newspapers that people are wrapping food items on them.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Those new issues, or you
it was an old
did
one.
not
I
address
actually
them?
forgot it.
Okay.
We will look at the issue of the major and minor health center there. But I think we also need to regularize and standardize these names, because the names were actually not being used properly. We hear places called major health centers, and they do not have even what there should be in a minor health center. I think having a good, very functional minor health center sometimes is actually what we need. So we will look at that. If the need is there and the accessibility, we will not hesitate to do that. But the major health center will need a theater and it will need a blood bank. And this is our national drive now, because we want to have theaters in most of these places and blood bank so that we are able to do cesarean sections in many of these. So they are going to be converted into comprehensive emergency obstetric care centers. So that will help to reduce the maternal mortality and other mortality. The issue of newspapers, it's a difficult one. It's been on for so long. We all eat bread out of it, and then when it is oily, you see the black color on the bread. Unfortunately, so it needs to stop. We'll sit down and look at it together with the Environment and the Food Safety Authority, the Environment Ministry. But also, when we want to stop something, we should give our people alternatives. Because if we stop the plastic bag, we stop the newspaper, what are we going to give them to put food in? They have to put food in something. We have to start thinking of developing those alternatives first before we say stop the newspaper. Then we'll have to, it will be difficult for the people. So I think we need to start thinking of those alternatives. But the newspapers must stop, because we have seen how they are handled, how they are collected before they are brought here, and they are of health risk to our people. Thank you.
You still have Honorable Member for Basse.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the issue for Alunkare is not for government fund. We are not requesting for government fund. They already have the fund, $150 million. I say for the issue for Alunkare, they are not looking for government fund. The support they need is technical support and expert advice. They already have the fund. $150 million is that's what they are doing in this project. So, and also this...
Honorable, remember that we are seeking for clarification from the Honorable Minister.
I'm helping him.
We are seeking for clarification, not bringing in new elements.
This is not new element, Madam Speaker. It's not new element. This, the foundation was laid in 2017 by His Excellency the President. By then, Dr. Safilo was the Health Minister. Since that day, the government is aware that this development is coming up. So the cooperation was not seen. That's what I'm talking about. The technical support and the expert advice, but not the government fund.
Thank you very much. So we'll engage the community, and we'll work together to get the project to completion, inshallah.
No, yeah, but really, with all due respect, I remember this issue coming up many times at government debates. But what I am saying is, during your first intervention, Honorable Minister, no, Talinding, you okay?
It's okay, I will engage the Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister then. I think we can release him, and we'll carry on with the conversation at the Ministry of Health. Fisheries, thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hear my brothers talking about water, and I can understand. I have good news for them. The Climate Smart Water Project, which is 144 boreholes, I'm pleased to inform this August House that we have already awarded the tender. And in the agreement, we have agreed with them that they must sink all the boreholes before the rain season comes next July. So this is very good, because it was delayed, of course, because of COVID. And secondly, because it is ADB project, Once we do the work here, we have to send it to them for no objection. But everything has been finalized now. The second one, which the Honorable was talking about, JICA, I'm again pleased to inform this August House that you must have seen about 3 months ago, our ambassador in Senegal signed the agreement, the grant agreement with JICA, and last week they have sent us the portfolio, and now they are ready to come and start. And again, the same principle applies. We are going to make sure that all the boreholes would have been drilled before the rainy season comes, so that at least once they start drilling, then the tanks will come in, and hopefully some will be ready before the rainy season comes. And thirdly, as I have informed this August House, government has put funds aside in this PUDC project, and we are going to have 20 additional boreholes. Our hope is that before the next rainy season, we would have provided water for over 500,000 Gambians. But it is important that we have a partnership like I told you before. These boreholes have to be sustainable, and our communities have to be self-reliant. Every community we go to, we give you a borehole, we say you have to have a water committee. And then you have to pay your little contribution, however small, whether it's $5 or $10 per compound, and you keep that in your own account with your own signatories, so that if there is any problem, a need for maintenance, you would have been able to do it without calling on government. So you have to help us sensitize the communities to say that they must pay their contribution to the water committees, so that at least when there is need for them to have maintenance, they will not turn to government for that to happen. We need your support also for further sensitization. Unfortunately, I think this is the culture and tradition. Our people move. And I heard one of the MPs saying, we have a community of 10 people. You cannot provide water for every 10 people. It's not possible. But our people are used to following the road network. When a new road is built, they move a community. 5 people, 10 people here. It's not possible to provide water for everybody, and these people must be told. And unfortunately, when we tell them we want to cluster you, they have problems. We don't want to be part of that. We don't want to join with this village. So I think we must tell our people the facts. It's not possible for government to provide water for all the communities. Communities must understand that government, when they come, will try to deal with a lot of people rather than dealing with 2 families, 5 families. And I hope this will help us. We have agreed with the Ministry of Health that we are going to revive our water and sanitation work group, because we believe that open defecation must stop. And for every borehole we want to build, we want to have a toilet facility, so that at least the community will grow with that. So again, you have to help us to sensitize our communities to understand. We are not forcing them. This is what is good for them. This is what is good for their health. And finally, one other sensitization we need. We have identified communities for these boreholes. Already we have got funding. And then suddenly you see in the local paper, they are talking with an NGO to give them a borehole. And they are going to give them a small borehole. They don't contact us at all. They go and sink the borehole anywhere they want. Then they begin to have problems. Then they turn back to us and say, help us. If your community is going to get a borehole, which we have told you already, I think please you must wait, so that government will come and provide for you a proper borehole. But when you go to these NGOs, and they don't care, the NGOs don't care. They have a little money, they have 2 tanks of 2,000 liters, they come and give it to you. 6 months down the line, you have a problem. I think we must really tell our people. The second issue, we talk about fish scarcity. I read 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, an article in the Chronicle, and this journalist did a good research. He went down to the landing site to ask people what is the problem. And I think some of you know what the problem is. Our Gambians are not involved in the artisanal fisheries industry. So when our foreigners, the Senegalese particularly, when they go for magal or when they go for prey, there's chaos. Unfortunately, the last time, because of COVID, when they went, they wanted to come back, they were not allowed. What they did was just come back, take their artisanal boats, and went back to Senegal. So you see, our Gambian people will go fishing in the morning and come back by 5. Most of them don't go to sea for 3-4 days. So of course, you will say fish is expensive because it's the demand and supply. If we don't want to buy fish for $100 or $500, we must get our Gambian people to do that. As part of our strategy, this morning, we have given out 10 artisanal boats to different communities. We want to encourage the young people to get involved. We have left 2 of the boats. We have got instructors so that they can teach them. And you know, unfortunately, there is a lot of money in this industry. But our young people don't realize this. We have to encourage them so that they can begin to make sure that the Vice President said it here, there is dignity in labor. So we must begin to tell our people. I met a lot of Senegalese people when they tell me how they educated their children, you will be surprised. I met people who told me, Man galgila am. I sacrificed one of my kids not to go to school. He stays in that boat. He's the one who educated the rest of the family. And this is his house. He's making a lot of money. And he has not gone to school. So I think we must encourage our young people to begin to do some of this kind of work. Because otherwise, we will still have the same problems because we will go to the market and we are going to say fish is expensive. As of now, what we are doing as a ministry, we are putting 20 tons, 30 tons of fish in the market on this 10%, but it's not enough. So we have to really get ourselves involved so that we can stop this scarcity. We hope our Senegalese brothers will come back. Unfortunately, they know what is in the industry, and not only Gambia. You go to Mauritania, you go to Sierra Leone, you find the Senegalese fishermen there. So we must try to encourage our young people to get involved. I think this covers the 2 questions that I had, unless there is anything that is not covered, I would want to.
Clarification?
Yes. No, I did ask about the Water Resources Act.
The water?
The act. Whether there is any plan coming with an act instead of the regulation.
I'm not hearing you.
I said water resources instead of the regulation, whether you are planning to come with an act.
Oh yes, I have already informed this House. The act is already ready. Because of course, unfortunately, like I said in this House before, we have a situation where everybody is sinking a borehole. This is not tenable. We must try to do something about it. And the act is ready. We will bring it to this parliament. Then we are going to have a board, a water board. And if you want to dig a borehole, you have to go and apply and pay something. And then they will be able to have a map to know where all the boreholes are, so that the resources are managed properly.
Thank you. Brikama North, clarification?
That's the issue of the Brikama fish market.
Okay. Well, actually, the kind of but I'm sorry. We have made some efforts. We are talking with Gangworks. Unfortunately, I mean, when you build these markets, you say you are building a market for 50 people. By the time it's 10 years, now it's over 500,000 people. So then the problem comes. But we know that the sewage issue is a big issue, and we thought that we cannot do it alone. So we engaged with the City Council, Bilkama Area Council, and Gangworks, so that the three of us can put some money together and do a proper work there. So hopefully, before December, you will see people starting to do some work there.
Thank you. Willis, are you okay? Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You are released. Honorable Minister of Finance. Otherwise, I'll call Lance. Honorable Minister for Lands and Local Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor the second time this evening. And I will just go straight to one of 2 points that were raised. It's more than that, but having had the Minister of Justice taking the floor before me, I think the concerns of Kian Central was already taken care of. But I will go straight to the Banjul Central. He raised the issue of the collapsed building in Banjul, and also that during the late Mayor Ba's time, some demolitions were carried out. I'd like to inform him that the Physical Planning Department, in collaboration with the BCC, have conducted a survey of some of the unsafe buildings in Banjul, and very soon the demolition exercise will commence. Unfortunately, that incident that took place, that building was not one of the buildings that were surveyed. He also talked about some of the construction of warehouses in Banjul, in residential type, very narrow streets. Yes, some of those things are happening, but it is sometimes very difficult to detect some of the developments that are happening there, because some of those people who are involved in it are not applying for building permits. But since we are told, we take note of it, and we will be able to send a team of fiscal planning officers to go around. But we also want, as a member of parliament for Banjul, to assist in providing information as to some of those areas that this practice is happening. I remember I spoke to him on the phone once, and he did mention that these people were about to protest, and I said my office is so willing to receive them, so that we hear their concerns and we will address them. We are still open to that invitation. Member for Jara East spoke about a dishonest practice being practiced by some of the alkalis in the combos, and he cited Banyaga, and I think we had contact about 2 or 3 occasions, and I referred him to the chief. And the last one, he visited my office. I asked him to take his documents to the governor, West Coast region. I had already briefed the governor, and I think he's more than willing to receive complaints that are of such nature, so that we will be able to resolve them once and for all. Yes, there are some of these few isolated cases in the combos, and some of these dishonest alkalis, or their kids have a second stamp, and they go on selling and authenticating some of these sales. But we have instructed the fiscal planning office in the West Coast region that every request for certificate of ownership before them should be properly scrutinized before they will authenticate it. And there is a lot of strong control as far as that practice is concerned. And I just want to add, when the member for Opasalo, he asked when the Lumos will be open. Some of these activities are connected to the Ministry of Lands because these are affecting some of the municipalities. And I think you remember during the SAP, we did ask for support, and this assembly did approve such support for the councils. And we are lucky to have 8 months operational cost for all these councils up country. My take on that is, Honorable Member for Opasalo, we don't just want to open the Lumos just for opening sake. Because of the rapid spread of the disease, we also want to put in strong measures that if the Lumos are open, since they are all on the borderline, there will be also control of the spread of the disease. That is what is holding it. But I think during our last meeting of the COVID Ministerial Subcommittee, which was supposed to be held today, unfortunately we did not because we are all here. A task force was set up to be headed by the Minister of Health, Minister of Interior, and the Minister of Lands to put in place strong guidelines that when those guidelines are in place, the Lumos will be open. Once they are put in place, the Lumos will be open. So please, on behalf of the executive, we all should appeal to people involved in the Lumos to exercise a little bit of patience. Very soon we will come up with some guidelines to be able to open those Lumos. I think with these few remarks, these are the issues that are pending that motivated me to come back a second time. Thank you.
Just hold on a minute, Honorable Minister, in case there are any issues that need further clarification. Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I myself and the Honorable nominated Member Dayasin Seka did ask about rent. Is it still under the portfolio of the Minister? The issue of rent.
Questions were asked about those rent, and my answer was, that is in the purview of the judiciary.
The Honorable nominated member would have raised the issue, but that notwithstanding. Yes, Talinding?
I raise a concern about the construction or rehabilitation of Talinding Market.
Well, I take note of it, and I will engage the KMC. I also forgot a concern that she raised, that during the food aid distribution, where with the KMC, I think there was distribution that was distributed on party lights. And I want to remind the honorable member that a series of distributions that were carried out in the KMC area. One was the central government, and the first one was done by KMC. I don't know which one you are referring to. If this is the one for the KMC, yes, these are public funds. Those distributions should not be based on party lines. But there are other individual and philanthropic distributions. Those are beyond our control. If those are the ones you are referring to, those are beyond our control. But if it is the humanitarian package that was offered by central government or the one that was done by KMC proper, we will investigate and we will let you know what our conclusions are.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think we can release you, and I'll call on the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. He was out at the time.
Honorable Speaker, members of the National Assembly, good evening to all of you. I think this is the first time I have very, very few questions. The question is from nominated Member Yasin.
and it's about budget line item for disabled. I think what we should do this time during the budget is about classification. Normally we give a whole envelope to the ministry and they will do the allocation. But maybe this time we will have a specific line item just for the disabled. I think that shouldn't be a problem. The other one is about furniture and fittings, the issue of using our local carpenters. I think this one is about procurement. The specification that normally the ministries will ask, we don't have control over it. We just allocate the funds and they will do their own procurement. But I think the idea of trying to encourage the local content is something that we can look at. We can do it without really compromising the quality of the product. So I'm sure that is something that we will discuss with the Ministry of Trade and also Works and Infrastructure. Basically, I believe these are the only two questions that were directed to me, but I'll wait in the event if there is any follow-up.
Bintang Karanlan and then Ilyas.
Yes, Madam Speaker, Honorable Minister, I talk about the rent. Some of the ministry and government departments that are renting.
There is, we have plans. We have plans. Definitely, it's been taking a lot of our funds. So the Ministry of Works, they are working. There is already a plan, but we are looking at, number one, the location and how to have a new quadrangle. Is already in the pipeline. And we've realized that the amount of money that we are spending already is too much. And plans are really on the way to take care of that.
Yeah, thank you, Ilyasa, and then Wuli.
Also, I spoke about the judicial on rice.
The issue of rice, I think recently you might be aware of the fact that there is local production, and we are trying to encourage the local production. In addition to that, you have young Gambian entrepreneurs. I know specifically one now that is selling a bag 1,000, be it in Banjul or in Basse. So we are trying to encourage them to really see how they can reduce the cost. And that they're very young and they're dynamic, and we're encouraging them. The only thing is that we cannot protect them at this stage, because if you have to meet the demand for the local protection, for the local production, that's when we can come in. But we cannot overprotect them, and also because the consumer will have a choice. We really have to have that choice. But the market forces will have to determine that.
Thank you. Yes, Wuli is.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I raised the issue of Constituency Development Fund. I think we are thinking about disbursement so that we can.
The ball is in your court. We give you the funds. It's only that our attitude is if you don't spend it, next year we will cut it.
Note of that. Thank you. Any more for the Honorable Minister? No? Then please, you are released. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Petroleum. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the National Assembly, good evening. I actually try to put the concerns into two main categories. One is I call rural electrification, because many members here are trying to finding out about electrifying their regions. The other one is the erratic supply of electricity and water in the Great Banjul area. For rural electrification, members from Kiang Central, Yokadu, Yara Central, Ilyasa, Central Badibu, Basse, Sami, Salums, and so even others areas who others would have asked, they would have asked the same question. Honorable Speaker, we have projects that are ongoing right now. If you recall, when I stood here for the first time, most of my answers were if you have resources. If you have resources. So thank God we do have some resources, and the projects are on now. A few projects that are going on, I can give you a summary. I have a report. One of them is the Gamba Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, GAM. This is about 121 million, 121.5 million. You approved that here. This project is being implemented now, and the project is to improve, of course, the GBA power lines, and also the 20 megawatts solar plant in Jambur. And it's also going to cover some rural education, especially CR and URR. And also we have the ECOWAS Regional Access Project. It's also funded by World Bank. That's the 66 million for the connected to OMVG, 100 kilometer radius from Soma and Bilkama. This will cover most of the LRR and NBD and also combos. That project is also ongoing. The PRU, the Project Implementation Unit, is established, and they are now preparing for procurement of contractors and also owner engineer for the project. There's a Gambia Electricity Access Project. This is funded by the African Development Bank. It's about $17 million. That project builds on the ECOWAS region access. That's $66 million. And currently that also is going to be managed by the PIU, which is established. We also have the OMVG project, which is also going to improve the transmission and distribution lines in the Greater Bangalore area, and also support the water projects. These projects will definitely help in our result to at least electrify 70% of the country by 2025. That was our target from a roadmap. And the projects are ongoing, and I'm happy that currently the work is very busy on implementing the projects. The ongoing Indian project for the Kiang area is covers Kiang and also part of Combos. Of course, Kiang East, Kiang West, also a complaint that we are not reached there, but definitely we will go. This project will also cover that part of the country. And also there are two areas also in Fonyi, which also need to be electrified from this project. So I think these are the projects we are ongoing now, definitely able to help rural electrification. For the erratic supply of water and electricity, it's a very, very important, it's a concern, and it's everyone's concern. This was asked by Banjul North, Latekunda Sabeji, and also Bilkama North. I would like to address this to look at the causes and the challenges, and also give how we have a strategy in trying to solve this problem. The causes of the blackouts: one, capacity deficit. In July, we have 67 megawatts against the demand of a peak demand of 70. So there is a deficit, and this is due to lack of maintenance. So now all the spare parts are available. The works have started maintaining. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, we have 71 megawatts, but still this is not enough. So there has to be load shedding. It's lack of capacity that creates load shedding. Blackout caused by load shedding. And we are maintaining now. Our 3 generators are going to be maintained by next month, by October, November. At least if we maintain those engines, then the capacity will increase. We have what we call spinning reserve. That will stop load shedding. But the other challenge is the transmission and distribution network problems, system failure. That happens. The networks are old. Some of them need to be replaced. But there are projects ongoing. The Jam project is one of them that's going to at least change some of this. And also this OIC also will have to replace some of those power lines. But then we also have a problem that is causing the blackout. Transformers. In many areas, the transformers are small. The capacity is small. So when they overload, they heat up. And that will cause power failure. So what NAMIC is doing by themselves now is replacing some of them or adding some transformers so that they can separate the load. So that is a challenge, and that is the way they are solving it gradually. Some areas in Brikama, my Minister of Agriculture, the area had a problem. They had to replace and add some capacity generators there, transformers there to solve the problem. OIC is also coming in to help in that area too. So the other part is the water division. Water is like electricity. You have the generation, transmission, and distribution. For generation, there's the capacity. There's a capacity deficit, imbalance, supply, demand. The demand now is far much more than the supply, because some of the boreholes are closed because of environmental reasons. But now, the project that's ongoing has drilled 10 more boreholes, and currently they are putting power lines to the boreholes for pumping. At the same time also, the challenge also is the distribution lines. Right now, the projects having that problem, access problem. Where I live, for example, I'll give an example, Salaji, the main pipeline, the main pipes, going from Sibek end towards the main highway, they had to make a bend, 90 degrees bend, like a Z. So, because they cannot go straight. There you have buildings, story buildings, you cannot build them down. That's a major challenge. And they have to make bends here and there. So that's a challenge that is slowing down. Also the COVID also slowed down project. But latest information I got, which I just got from my mobile phone, is that by end of the year, the project should complete, and that will also boost supply of water supply. So, and OIC also coming into the water division also. There are also projects which have been developed for Frank Development Agency to help in the water division. But these are the main causes of electric supply. And projects are going on, but definitely it will take a bit of time. And I need, and for the member from Latrikunda, when you had these monies, millions and millions, they are not cash that's given to NAVEC. These are donor driven. The donors have the money and they are disbursed as the project is implemented. So it's not cash given to NAVEC. And donors are actually monitoring these activities. So as we are going World Bank and others, they definitely work with NAVEC. The project implementation is not even within NAVEC, it's outside NAVEC who are implementing the project. So it's not a money that is given. NAVEC by itself doesn't have the resources to implement any of these kind of projects. So I think that I want to make you understand that. Another issue that was raised by the Honorable Banyunot is the communication. That's a very, very important part where people should be aware what's happening. But these power failures are not planned. They just come up. Sometimes when they just see power go here, it goes off and comes again. So when something happens, the power goes off, they have to reload. As they load and load and load, and they restoration, they have to restore. That will take some minutes, sometimes 30 minutes, sometimes 1 hour. It's even on load setting. So that's why it will go off. As they are doing that, then when problem happens, then the power will trip again. So they have to load again. So that's the problem. But because the system is so robust. Okay. So communication wise, what they are doing now is that they are having weekly radio programs, and also they are Facebook daily, and TV programs twice monthly. So if this is not enough, I think they have to work much harder to educate the people. But the actual blackouts are not planned, so they cannot actually inform an area that this area will black out this particular time. That's the challenge. So when the water project, what is going on now, is 85% is completed, definitely. Transmission lines, 95% completed. Distribution lines, 80% completed. The replacement of asbestos, you have 75% completed. And you have the water generation itself, boreholes, 85% completed. So by the end of the year, at least, the whole project will complete and improve the water system. So I think that is basically what I have. But what I want to tell members is, especially those from the rural communities, is to engage with us more than just question and answers. Then you will know exactly where your district or region lies when you come to our projects. Or else I will not be able to have a report, complete report. But I cannot read all this report here. So if you want to know more about your area, please engage with us. I'll facilitate, we will look at NAVEC, and then you know exactly where your area. If it's a Salum, which part of Salum is going to be identified, and what project is covering it. That's going to be very, very important. But definitely, that's where we are now. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Minister. You are released. I have next Honorable Minister for Defense. I'm not sure whether any issues were raised in connection with defense. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable members, I have a couple of questions that came, and I want to thank you all. Somebody asked a question, I think Honorable Member Upper Salum, with regards to get a camp or to deploy some troops in your area. And some of those deployments are the level of the Chief of Defense Staff. Normally, operations, we don't get involved. We are more at the political and strategic level. So I think it's good to clarify that, but we can work together, and I'll pass the message to him. But I think it's very important. We already had a deployment at, was it Sarapate or somewhere, and we had a joint force there. But I think that's a very important one that will transmit the message to General Drame and his folks. We also have the honorable member, I think it's Badibul Central, Busumbala, and Fonyi. They talked about the economic checkpoint. That is also an operational aspect. I think a month ago I spoke to a journalist who asked me, and I told him that the Minister of Defense, I'm not involved in checkpoints. That is the level of operations. But because we're working together, I am very pleased to also pass that message, and we see how best we can resolve these things, because we're together. And normally, operationally, I would not be involved in that. That will be the level of the operational commanders. We are civilians, just like ourselves. And economic withdrawal, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Our troops are getting themselves together. And ECOMIG was just helping to cover their back whilst they try to rectify and rearrange themselves. And I plead with honorable members to sensitize our people to know that that's what we want to happen. We want the people they came to help, and we need them to prepare to say thank you, and then our troops will take over the security of the country. This is what we are working on, and we're working on partners closely. We've got a lot of support. I've just met the British Defense Attaché before I came to the House. We had Zooming meetings with American ambassador, with his people, and our colleagues. So we're working pretty fast to fix the cracks so that when ECOMIG leave, our own brothers and sisters will take over the sovereignty of this country. So it's just a question of time. I say thank you if I don't have any other questions.
Thank you very much. Any issues that need further clarification from honorable members? Fonyi, Bintang.
Madam Speaker, I do ask whether the forces at Biam, are they economic or are they Senegalese forces, an agreement with Gambia and Senegal? That's not operation, that is.
Maybe he wants it clarified. So let the Honorable Minister help clarify the
Thank
issue.
you, Honorable Member. As far as I know, the forces in the areas that you have just mentioned are economic forces. I mean, unless something happens that I may not be aware of, but the person I know is a colonel who is in Bakau at the headquarters. He's the economic commander. If I have questions about economic, I go to him. But as far as I know, our forces there helping our armed forces are economic forces, and they're composed of Senegalese, Nigerians, and Ghanaians. We can continue to interact to clarify and have other questions.
Thank you. Yes, Busumbala, clarification on issues that you have raised.
Yes, about this checkpoint. I really accept your answer that you deal with politics and political line. Wouldn't you also take it as a concern of the people, to engage the economic commander, that this is a concern, that checkpoint that place in Biam is a serious concern to the people because of accidents, and also the men at that checkpoint confiscating goods from drivers. So for you to further engage them and then express to them as concern of the people.
And trust, I gave my word, I'll do it. I'll engage. I think I'm visiting them in a few days, and I'm also visiting all their locations to see, because we want Gambians to be happy with what. If people are helping you, you don't want to be mad with people helping you. So I want to go and find out what are the problems, what are the concerns, so that the Gambia is #1 priority for us, for anybody. So you will see me meet economic commander, and he'll give me answers, and I will transmit. And I'll go around all their locations to talk to them, so that we know exactly that we want the Gambians to be happy with them and make sure they stay where they're supposed to stay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You are released. May I call on the Honorable Minister of Environment, Forestry and Environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It has been a very, very long day, and my dinner is cold now. I start with Kiang Central, and he asked, what plans do I have for Kiang West National Park? I have explained in the last sitting that we have already got some interest, companies that are interested in partnering with the government to come up with a serious protection for Kiang West National Park. And one of those that we are interacting with currently is Aspinall Foundation. And I have held virtual meetings with them, both the team in the UK and the team in South Africa. And the local representative here have worked with the director of the Department of Wildlife, Parks and Wildlife, and they have currently produced a pre-feasibility study that was submitted to my office last week, and I have transmitted this to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, because we want to build a public-private partnership, PPP. So this, we have forwarded it for the attention of the PPP unit of the Ministry of Finance to further advise us as to what model of PPP we would form to ensure that this place is under protection. Of course, because of COVID, the technical team who need to do the scientific assessment is unable to be here, but as long as the COVID is dwindling, we are expecting them to be here anytime before December. And if that is done, they will do the scientific studies that will also form part of the feasibility, so that we know the kind of infrastructure that would be put in place, the kind of fences, and what would be the responsibility of the government of the Gambia, and what would be the responsibility of that is the involvement of the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. In addition, you are aware that the ecosystem-based approach project is operating in LRR, URR, and CRR. And currently what we are doing, in one of our assessments for incidents of fire in LRR, we have realized that one key factor that fuel fire in LRR is anthropogon, that is WA. Okay? Now, we have engaged a consultant who did an economic study of this anthropogon and the market value of it, and what products can we derive from it, so that we can use this, the communities around Kiang West National Park, so that the park can be protected from fire incidents, but also reduce fire incidents in LRR. We have trained, last month, we have trained all the 5 communities that are around Kiang West National Park into how to make hay out of this, and also roofing material. And this, I think the Kiankas would really appreciate this. It's an innovative idea that this resource is there and is wasted. Now we are turning it into resource so that they can have, one, it will help them to have more money. 2, it will help them to protect the forest land. So this is the plan that we have for Kiang West National. Jara East, my chairman of the Environment Committee, I could not agree more with you that most of the environmental issues are anthropogenic. That is simple. Without human, there couldn't be any environmental issue. When you look at the glacial age, there was less activity on the surface of the earth, and there you don't have any environmental issue, major environmental issues. But the importance of all of us, you, me, the government, civil society, the private sector, to take part in ensuring that the environment does not degrade, it is a collective responsibility. And I agree with you that people in this country need to change their attitude towards everything, particularly environment. And I have been saying this. We can never achieve sustainable development without sustainable environment management. And this cannot be achieved without the participation of the citizens. The citizens must take responsibility at the level of our communities, at the level of policy, and at the level of implementation. So it is important that you bring this issue of land environmental degradation. And one very important issue that we have observed, and during my last trip, June, I went around the whole country, and we have observed that there are 2 key species of trees that are on the verge of being extincted. One of which is Tercarpus herbaceus, which is rosewood, and also Cordelia africana, which is a bush mango, Ulaconoduto. And therefore, since I returned from the trek, I had a meeting with my technical team, and relying on the act, we are now putting a moratorium on issuing of permit to cut these 2 tree species in the country, and also ensure that our regional offices are adequately informed, and also the law enforcement agencies are also informed. To that effect, we are working with the Gambia Police Force to ensure that any of these 3 species, you don't need to ask. When you see them, you need to impound them. Because we cannot, the rate of exploitation is just too high for the replenishment. Because of this, through the project also, we have enhanced the capacities of our nurseries at the regional levels to ensure that we have enough nurseries that will supply trees, and some of the MPs have requested for trees, which we have delivered to them, and some communities also requested for trees that we have already supplied them. And right now, we are putting the statistics together. But right now, our 1 million, somebody asked this while I was in my office following you online. Somebody asked, is it become or not? What is the status of implementation of this flagship project of 1 million tree? Now, we have already, from the Department of Forestry, we have already supplied 400,000 Malina stumps and seedlings, and also 585,000 mangrove propagals that we have supplied throughout the country to LRR, North Bank region, and Lower River region. So you can see this put together is closer to the target of 1 million trees, because we are not only looking at the terrestrial environment, we are also looking at the mangrove environment. So that will help us, and this is not part of what the EBA project. EBA project has identified 250 farmers in URR, CRR, and LRR, where they are supplying them with trees to plant in their farms and also in the degraded forest areas. Over 200,000 seedlings were also supplied by this project. This is completely different from what other civil society and groups are doing. Somebody made mention of the Lamenkoto Pasamas Road, whether we have plans to plant trees. Yes, we have, and we have already consulted the National Road Authority by way of writing to them, and also involving those communities around so that we can supply them with these seedlings to have trees on all the two sides from Lamenkoto to Pasamas. And we also, having identified some roads within the urban area, somebody also talked about urban forestry. And this is why, Honorable Member for Banjul North, this is why last year I personally supplied you with 40 seedlings to see whether the soil of Banjul will be able to have that kind of fruit tree. It's an exotic breed, though it's not a local breed, but it's an exotic one. We want to see, I just want to see, but because it's thriving very well in Brusubi, my area. So I just want to see whether it is going to work here, then the rest I will supply to you so that Banjul can also be green. So we have this plan. We have a 5-year plan to ensure that all the major roads in this country is because of the OIC road network expansion. That is why some of the roads we have not yet started, because these machines are heavy. When we do, they may destroy them in the process. Honorable Member for Jara, you also talked about resurfacing of plastics in our market. Yes, it's true. But if you remember the last sitting, I told you the strategy that we developed to ensure that we have phases of approaching the plastic ban order. And now we have developed sensitization materials over the radio and also on the television for a period of 6 months, which elapsed this month. And already the National Environment Agency has drawn a timetable of all the areas, both urban and rural, not only in the urban area, but also in the growth centers, to see that we enforce from the 1st of October, that we have already written to the Inspector General of Police, and I have already explained this to my colleague, Minister of Interior, to support our inspection team. And earlier this year, we have trained over 40 environmental inspectors that we have posted all over the country for the police force to support this team so that we can effectively implement the ban order. I think basically these are the points that were raised. I just want to supplement what the Honorable Minister for Interior has said about the gas explosion. Last year, immediately after this gas explosion, my ministry, together with other stakeholders, National Environment Agency led a multi-stakeholder team that did a rapid assessment of the damage of the explosion. And we have produced a report to that effect, which was submitted to the Office of the President, that will help to support the commission that was set up by the Office of the President to give them an idea as to the extent of damage. Preliminarily, the report has revealed that over 117 vehicles were burnt in this, and some shops were also affected. So the monetary value of the damage was also quantified. Since I read the report, it's a long time, but this is already available at the National Environment Agency, and this will help the team that was set up by the Office of the President to produce this report on the gas explosion. I think these are some of the things that were, if I forget anything, you can...
Thank you very much, Honorable. Opasalun, you're okay. All your issues have, I thought as much.
No, I'm not okay, but I can see him privately about that one.
You can continue with the Honorable Minister at the Ministry. Busumbala.
In my deliberation, I said I want ministers that are affected to give me answer, and you are one of them, which I suspect. The timbers that are normally confiscated on the highways, and the drivers and the owners of those timbers are querying that they never see. So I want to know whether your office is doing in any effort to make sure that those that are with value lancing to do timber business get their timbers when they are confiscated at checkpoints.
They are not confiscated yet. They are impounded. There is a process to confiscation. You must get a magistrate order before you confiscate according to the Forest Act. Now, with regards to the incident that you talked about in Buyam, 6 lorries were involved with 15 dealers. And when this thing happened, with the support of the Gambia Police Force, we were able to successfully prosecute these people because they do not have permits, and the type of trees, they were not having the permit to have this, and we prosecute them at the Brikama Magistrate Court, and they were fined, and the right procedure was taken to take these lots, and their lorries were released because they have violated the rules. Thank you.
You released, and that brings me to the end of the ministers. The list that I have, I'm not sure whether there's any honorable, please, any honorable minister who wants to make a statement. So Youth and Sports was not on my list, so that's why I am just asking. Because he was right at the corner. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, good evening. I have a few concerns raised by the Honorable Member for Brikama West, North. Yes. He is concerned about the GSI, Songhai project, to be replicated all over the country. Yes, I want to assure you that that is our objective. And so far, we are already in Kundam. We have sent 4 of our graduates, 2 male, 2 female,
who are helping the young people in their garden there. We have also changed the fencing. We fenced the garden for them, and we also gave them over 300 pawpaw seedlings. And the old structure which was there also, we refurbished it into a staff house. At the same time, luckily for them also, the GSI targeted the area, and they are now building a poultry and a fish pond for them. So that will really impact the fish demand in that region. The graduates also have changed the landscape of that garden. Today, if you go there, you will be surprised. And a lot of youths have started coming to join the association there. The other concern was to consider supporting sporting associations. Yes, my ministry have already started engagements with the National Sports Council so that they provide us the statistics, the number of associations registered, and we look at modalities, how we think we can compensate them, provided it is affordable. We will also engage the finance minister concerning this issue. So if it is possible, we will surely do some compensation for them. The other one is concerning the KG5, Banjul North, Banjul Central. Yes, the KG5, in fact, I wanted to change the turf, but Port has already engaged in, taking over that place. I think it would require real engagement if you want to continue doing any other investment there. The last one is request for a mini stadium, Upper Salu. Yes, it is our aim that at strategic locations, we want to build mini stadiums all over the country. That's our aim. And I have no doubt that that opportunity is there for you. It's just a matter of patience. We have a list already, and we are dealing with them, and we'll get back to you, because presently we are on the south, and we will go to the north. So by God's grace, hopefully, by next year, we will get to you. Yeah, thank you.
Or do we need any clarification from the Honorable Minister? No? Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. You are released, yes. May I now invite Her Excellency, the Vice President, just to wrap up and... No, please, it's not for honorable members. I mean, let me invite Her Excellency just to wrap up. Thank you. It's not going to be any long details, just for protocol purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to this August National Assembly, and to thank also our ministers for being with us in these 2 days and coming together, listening carefully, taking everything and working with the technical people to guide us through and give us information that is going to be useful for clarifications and for people to know the state of implementation of what this government is doing in terms of its commitment and the promises that were made. I guess you have all seen the amount of efforts that are put in and the achievements that have taken place, and we will continue to do the best of what we can, just to understand that it is a matter of process. When you start a process, you follow certain stages, and I think now all of you are appraised of the stages in which they are. I am pleased that they are able to exhaust almost all the questions that you raised. They were able to give, and further clarifications were done in a very transparent way. And this is the spirit with which I believe we should continue. Without much time to waste, we have stayed very long, and I just want to thank all of you for the commitment. This shows the amount of commitment and the feeling of togetherness and the responsibility of a collective that really is interested in moving this country forward. And to thank you on behalf of His Excellency, President Barrow, and of course, what you have heard from the ministers and all the other things that are around, there is the political will, the commitment, and the conviction to see that we move the Gambia further. Where issues that have been raised and were not clearly addressed, we will have to meet as a cabinet to come back to you with regards to those things. I want to take this to say thank you very much on his behalf, and I salute all of you for this great gesture. Madam Speaker, I cannot conclude without praising you and thanking you for your unique leadership. You are great, you are committed, you know your job, and I want to really appreciate you for leading this direction. And obviously, you can see the quality deliberations and the management style that you have taken to move this process further. Thank you very much on behalf of the ministers and on behalf of His Excellency. We pray that God will bring us together again in good health, that we would achieve a lot of things, and God will give us the wealth and health to be able to move forward. I wish you all a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. At this point in time, may I just call on the Honorable Minority Leader, who was the mover of the motion to adjourn Sine Die. He needs to, because he moved the motion. Yes, so please. We have to follow procedures. Honorable, sorry?
The majority leader.
The microphone, no matter how short. Otherwise it will echo. Yes, we need to put it.
Right, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will just wrap up in 5 minutes. I'm just going to do a quick summary. I think most of the points that were listed by the members have been dealt with the various ministers. I also want to join my colleagues to thank Her Excellency, the Vice President, and all the cabinet ministers that have been with us here. It's already midnight. By the time I get to Gunjuri, it will be 1 o'clock, so I just go around. What I want to echo here is to remind the ministers again some of these key points that were raised, so that when they come back again at the next adjournment debate, we will make to ensure that they are fully implemented. For the Ministry of Finance, I think it is important that the issue of looking at the budget line for disabled people with disability is very important and very key. This is something that we need to get on board with them. And the issue of government departments renting in private houses where we have our properties. So we need to work, you need to work fast with your people to ensure that that is not occurring in 2021. For interior, I think it is important, and a lot of accidents that have been reported over for the 3 sittings since last year, I think that need to be done, especially on the South Bank, because that stretch is very long and is causing a lot of lives. So I think those are key issues that you need to look at. Defense has promised that he's going to contact the economic commander, and then we'll discuss with issues and concerns that are raised here. But the Minister of Environment was able to clarify the issue of the logs that were impounded at Buyam, and which the law has taken its course. For the environment, I think Kiang West has been coming up over and over, and I think you need to speed up the feasibility study and also maybe engage with the environment committee so that all the partnerships that are being discussed and then people are informed about it. And the issue of people taking attitudinal change to ensure that we do the Minister of Trade also talked about the prices of some of the essential commodities that are done, and then one of the responsibilities of Pura taking care of issues like wires and all those things, and the food safety and quality control are looking at all those issues. When you come to lands and regional integration, the Minister had also talked about some of the key functions of the land commission that was set up, and also they are working with the Banjul City Council to ensure that all those old houses that are dilapidated and ensuring that to start the demolition processes in those areas to ensure that it doesn't occur again. Agriculture has sort of a lot of issues and promise we are given that the value chain officials who pass away may their souls rest in peace, and also the replacement and also the negotiation with the donors are issues that are going to be looked into. Yeah. The other issue is on petroleum and energy. The minister had perfectly listed down all the key areas, and then the problem had been water, electricity, which both in the rural and urban areas, and they are looking into it and ensuring that the capacities are improved. But one of the key things that we need to do, and that has been coming up, where boreholes are dug and the communities that where the boreholes are not being supplied with water, those are issues that you need to work with your technical people, how they can be supported on those things. The Minister of Fisheries and Water Resources have talked about giving us good information and also the good news on some of the programs that they are going to do in the coming months, and then all the ones that have been installed, which I attended most of them in my area, and also looking at the possibility of encouraging the indigenous people, the Gambians, to be involved in fish processing and marketing, which is very lucrative, and then they are trying to ensure that young people take part in that. The Minister of Youth and Sports has also answered the support that they can give to the association. The issue of KFG5 is something that needs further discussion because it has an advanced stage. So I don't know how you're going to sort that. You have to sort that out with the Ministry of Works and Transport, with Ports Authority, to see what they can do then to have a better deal. The Minister of Basic and Secondary Education is not here, but I think that those are commendations that have been made and the support that they have been given to the various schools in in other parts of the region. Health, I think the Minister had assured us that the ambulances will be fairly distributed and had given the list of some of the health centers that are going to be renovated. Some will be upgraded, and the issue of the 30 million Sabi project will also be looked at, and your doctor will be coming back in town. So what you need to do is tell the people of Alunghare to follow up with the technical team at the Ministry of Health so that the project that they want to start can start in earnest and also work through with the Minister. I think he has given the assurance that they will help. Combo issue is already solved. Justice Minister had talked about all the issues and the suggestions that have been done. What do we do next now that the draft constitution promulgation bill is thrown out? What we do need to do? So just so many suggestions were in. Either we have a national conference to do that, and also the government as a cabinet has not made a decision after the debate on Wednesday, so they are going to look into that. Finally, the women and children, not much was done about that. So works and infrastructure, though the minister is not here, but I think concerns have been raised especially in KMC, where water pots and all these potholes around the communities and all these things. But with the OIC, if he's here, I would have been able to tell us how many roads and where are the roads going to be located in the KMC area, the 50-kilometer stretch that they talk about. And those are issues that are very important. And finally, there is, this one is still coming up, which was not answered from the minister, that the MP was asking about the oil that is in Wasu store. Yeah, so that the distribution. But as the Excellency the Vice President has said that the supplementary list that is produced, prepared, they're going to go back. I think NDMA will have to go back to those villages, and also the concerns that are raised will be dealt with accordingly. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I want to
and just to remind you, is it drilling? Is it drilling for exploitation, or drilling. No. I'm just Honorable.
Involve the chair so that.
It's just clarification to remind him in his summation. You know, there was a question whether the oil is drilling for exploitation or drilling for exploration. It has not
See,
been.
I mean, the clarification ought to have been sought at the time because we did ask. The honorable ministers have been released, so what we can now do is for them to follow it up with the relevant ministries and get it sorted out. But as of now,
I recorded here. I have
no,
not
Honorable Woolley is, I'm not taking any observations. Please, Honorable Majority Leader, can you wind up?
I have recorded that, but as the Honorable member for Serekunda said, the minister had not answered that portion of the question. So I think if he's not gone, yeah, okay. So maybe the environment committee can take that up with the minister, and then we'll give further clarification. So as I said, I want to thank all the executive, Her Excellency, the Vice President, and all the ministers for being with us for 2 full days, and then all the responses were very helpful. But as I said, it is important that they do, a very, solid report that has to be written so that will remind them as to some of the issues that are raised and the responses that they gave. Because when we come back in December, members will not want to see them repeating again. So on that note, I want to thank everybody for all the support and the program that they did. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader. And equally, I wish to thank all honorable members for their very constructive interventions and cooperation. And this brings us to the end of this ordinary session. But before putting the question to for this National Assembly to adjourn sine die, allow me on behalf of both sides of the Assembly and indeed on my own behalf to register our appreciation to Her Excellency the Vice President and honorable ministers for the cooperation during this session. We all agree that they have been with us for the past 2 days, so almost 24, 48 hours, and we appreciate it and thank them for that. Of course, their presence to witness the adjournment debate also affirms the cooperation between the organs of the state. I also wish to reiterate our thanks and appreciation to the media fraternity, our friends, as they are the medium through which the work of this Assembly and its committees reach the people, our electorates. Your cooperation and partnership is always cherished, and we hope it will continue. Once again, we are grateful to the clerk and staff of the National Assembly Service for the continued invaluable service and support. To all, we say thank you very much. And on that note, I put the question, be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned sine die. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it, and the Assembly now stands adjourned sine die. Thank you very much, everybody, and good night. Thank you. Sorry, just a last announcement. I understand the dinner, is it? Yeah, dinner is served at the canteen. Thank you. Well,